Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the VIS Challengers series here, split one of the summer season, and we are excited to be winding down this split, actually, as we get into day number 2 of the playoffs. We have the final 4 teams here left out of all 32 that came into the start of this season, and it has been a wild ride. We've seen incredible teams come and go up and down the bracket, but now it all comes down to this, and we'll be starting it here in the elimination round as we have the final deciding game, who decides who's going to be making it to challenge battles. So this is going to be exciting. I also am joined today by Tasty Bacon and Denomine, our casters, as we look to get into this. But guys, this first matchup that we're going to be getting into is absolutely going to be thrilling. We saw these two teams basically, survive all odds going up against other really tough teams and challengers, and really doing it quite handily. Both teams dropped down to elimination bracket here, right here on day number 1, but they showed all the other teams, 2-0ing their opponents to make it here to this final matchup, and then the winner of this game decides who goes to challenge battles. Tasty, this one is sure going to be incredible.
Yeah, Rogue and Misfits, both teams that very arguably should be in challenge battles, but unfortunately there's so many star-studded teams in North America that one of them is not going to be able to make it. Only 3 spots available in challenge battles. 2 of them belong to Immortals and Tribe Gaming. So this is going to be arguably the most important match of the entire challengers, because the winner of this gets a challenge battle spot. The loser of it walks away empty-handed, and that is so frustrating to make it that far and fall just short.
It really is. We've seen a lot of good teams make it to this spot and not make it into battles, and so that's something that you reflect on for the rest of the season. So it definitely something that one of these two teams will be facing as they head into the second split. And of course, this is the only challenge battles of the entire season, so this one really matters more than probably ever before. And so a lot of attention, a lot is on the line for these guys as we look into it. And Tasty, between these two teams, we're looking at absolutely star-studded rosters between both of them, and both of them really coming in. Who's definitely that X factor though for you going into this first matchup?
Oh, it's so hard to pick just one person from these two teams. I mean, you have really big names on both of them. Names that if you've followed Vainglory at all the past year or so, you know these players. Even if you don't recognize the names, because there were a couple name changes, you know who these players are. But I personally feel like Pon the Original might be the player to watch for this matchup. I think Pon is incredibly talented and one of the players that kind of influences games more often than not.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, this guy has come in all the way down to the challengers. He's one of the top-ranking players in all of North America, and as a jungler, just really performs well under pressure. He's been at the highest point of the competitive career, playing in tournaments and championships and playing for top teams. It just is a matter of him finding that perfect roster here. He's been able to show that he could perform at the height of competition. So it's really just something that, I think Pon hasn't really found the final success of winning that, unified championship, but, this could be a moment to change as he comes onto this Rogue roster. Definitely looking to help them kind of hit that top team echelon as we look to just keep an eye on this guy. We're ready to get into the draft though. So just going to check with the players real quick, and then we should get right into it as game number 1 is going to be underway.
The draft begins.
A lot of exciting things we saw develop, guys, as we head into the draft right now. And Rogue and Misfits have been drafting a little bit uniquely. They have skill sets that they bring to the table, so we haven't seen the standard draft. So as we get into this, guys, right now, and as I kick it over to you and Tasty Denomine, this is definitely going to be interesting to see how these two teams draft against each other.
As we can get into this first draft, Glaive and Vox, the two taken off the board. That is not the conventional pick bands or first bands that we normally see, as typically it is Baron and Grumpjaw that get taken off the board, or Grace even. And so all 3 of those big power picks are still going to be available, and it looks like it's going to be Grumpjaw taken off the board first. So Rogue have decided that Grumpjaw, they feel, is the strongest of those three.
Yeah, I mean, and we actually just see Grumpjaw kind of left here on the board. It happens every once in a while, and usually when he's left, we'll see him go in the first 2 picks. It's a little risky, though, because, Tasty, we've seen people be able to start countering. We've seen teams figure out how to go into this. There's a lot of stuns, so I think what's going to be really interesting to see is if Misfits really focuses now on their picks and bans and take some of those heavy CC heroes off the board.
I'm kind of surprised that Grace was actually not picked up first or banned. I feel like that's one that's been seeing a lot more priority, but not even going to be touched here. Kestrel and then Lyra banned away. So now the side of Rogue, they have the opportunity to ban that Grace, make sure that the big healer that can do quite well against a Grumpjaw as well gets taken off the board.
And the Grace does come off as the second ban for the side of Rogue. Sorry about that, Tasty. My mic was not liking me today. So we do have a Baptiste actually picked up here on the side of Misfits. And this is a interesting hero pick here because most players do run it in the jungle position just because of how strong it is. But a few players have been able to find some success on this Baptiste in the captain position. Most notably, I would say Gabe Vizzle is one of them, and Starboy from Nova is another one. They've both really shown that they can take this Baptiste, who is, I think, actually originally meant to be a laner, and move him into the captain position. And a Baron picked up with the side of Rogue to accompany the Grumpjaw into the fold.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely stunned that Baron got this far through the draft. There are definitely ways to deal with the Baron, but one of those strongest ways is the Grace, and that's taken off the board. So Catherine going to be the next option. I think Catherine does really well into the Baptiste. Can obviously, when the massive burst comes out from when he gets his perk, the 4 soul shards built up, you just throw on that Storm Guard, and those bad mojos are going to start reflecting a ton of damage. Same thing against the Kestrel, and just block those glimmer shots with your body while Storm Guard is up, and it's going to be doing so much damage to their own team.
Indeed, and I really like the draft thus far set up on the side of Misfits. Actually, I do like this Celeste pickup for Demon in the jungle. It's just, he's very, very good on this hero, and we are going to see that Baptiste flexed into the captain position. So this ought to be interesting to see if Eco can really capitalize on this Baptiste, use the Ordain correctly to keep Baron in the kill zone for the Celeste and Kestrel.
Yeah, the problem is once level 8 comes out and Baron overdrives his jump jets, once the Ordain gets thrown on him, he's just going to use those jump jets and get himself out scot-free without getting stunned. So this is going to be a very difficult game, I feel, for the side of Misfits. They have a very squishy composition, and there is so much burst on the side of Rogue.
There is indeed. It's going to be really about this Baptiste able to lock down the Baron and prevent him from getting to the backline. Now, granted, Baron has a pretty easy time getting to the backline. We've seen Demon on the Celeste into Baron before, where a lot of people really thought, this is a very, very risky pick, but he's done very, very well on Celeste into Baron in the past. I'm just a little worried about the Grumpjaw and the Catherine able to lock him down long enough for the Baron to take him out.
Yeah, well, we are going to be getting onto the fold for game number 1.
Yep, and we have a Book of Eulogies picked up on Hammy coming into the lane here, and we do have defense on the side of Zax for the lane. So Baron, understanding that Kestrel may be able to get a bit of damage down, wants to heal some of that back up. And Pon the Original is looking to go, he has a double Weapon Blade start. This is very likely going to be a Tension Bow first. We'll just have to see if he does go with a Tension Bow double Monocle build, which has been very popular, and we have seen double weapon work with that build. But it very well could be a dual proc build as well for that additional cooldown for the Stuffed Ultimate.
And so that's going to be Misfits putting all their focus into getting that Ancient Treant. All 3 members rotated down to make sure that they secured that first mid-Treant. And Zax missed out on just a single minion in the lane for his troubles there. So not going to really affect the lane phase whatsoever. Just gets a little bit of extra gold onto the jungler. So Demon definitely going to be happy to pick up that Treant. clears out his jungle safely as well because they're able to start from the fronts and move their way to the back. So no jungle invade attempt to come out from Rogue. And that's really important because Rogue, with this Grumpjaw, that's going to be their primary focus, is they want to win this early game. They want to have an impact with Grumpjaw right off the bat.
Yeah, and again, the tension bow is such a huge early game spike for this Grumpjaw, and it looks like Demon is going to come down and get found by Pawn the Original. Does not get enough damage down. The Ordain does go off, but fortunately, because of the Grumpy abilities, distance traveled, it does not stun him in a dangerous position, and he's going to make it out, pretty healthy, especially by the time he gets maybe get the Ancient Tree in here. But as they see Eco come over, they're going to back off.
Eco just stopping that completely. Ancient Tree is going to reset as Pawn the Original goes all the way back into the jungle. The backs clearing those out. Again, going to be really interesting to see what the first purchase will be, if they are going to go for this double weapon or if they're just going to go for the on-hit Grumpjaw. We've seen that plenty of times. I'm not a huge fan of it. I feel like it just falls off a little bit too hard if you go for the Tension Bow Aftershock Grumpjaw. And it fully relies on just getting a huge lead early on and snowballing it out of control. And if you don't get that huge lead, like they haven't been able to thus far, then it can really struggle.
Yeah, and especially since we do actually have a couple stuns on the side of Misfits for this Grumpjaw. Granted, the Celeste Core Collapse will be a little more difficult to land, especially with the mobility Grumpjaw offers. Eco can get that Ordained down, and if Zax or Demon does get swallowed up by the Stuffed, then he's not going to be able to take them back where Baron and Catherine can have their way with them.
So this is Pawn the Original and Evil trying to put pressure onto Demon, but he's going to get up to the turret and should be out to safety. Pawn goes back in, but Zax has rotated as well. Pawn will get the first blood, but he does end up falling in return. So 1 for 1, but a slight edge to the side of Rogue as Pawn gets himself first blood. And meanwhile, Hammy started to rotate down, took the long way, and is going to clear out a little bit of the jungle.
Indeed, and that's a smart rotation out of Hammy there, especially since the Treants give you the most experience in the game as far as minion kills, so definitely going to be a little benefit to him. Approaching that level 6, he's going to get that increased range on this Baron. Definitely a smart rotation out of him. They did get first blood. Pawn did die, but we now have such a huge early game spike out of this Tension Bow combination with Hammy and Pawn the Original. That's 2 Tension Bow procs. That's going to be over half of somebody's health if they both land the proc on the same person.
Yeah, it absolutely is. That's the entire focus of this Rogue composition, is just trying to get as much burst damage down as possible. And so Pawn, he's going to be caught out completely, stunned up by a Core Collapse, uses that dash, gets himself out of trouble, and now with Hammy and Evolve rotating down, Zax also gets taken pretty low. So somehow Pawn able to stay alive, and they are going to just be continuing to farm up.
Yeah, one thing that this Grumpjaw does have a lot of benefit here in the early game, obviously he's prioritized a little bit of shield, but he also has those living armor stacks, which are shield and armor, and it makes Grumpjaw a real pain to deal with in the early game. Zax does find a kill on Evol, and that is now 2 kills up on the side of Misfits and sitting 1 at Rogue, but this Baron is going to scale up as the game goes on, so we'll have to see if they can keep it up and really keep this Baron from getting the gold.
So with the members of Rogue looking to continue to just get towards these items, I'm still waiting to see where Pawn's going to end up going. He picks up a reflex block, so we still don't get too much of an indication. And this is pretty smart, because it means that if Misfits spot him out, they're not going to know exactly which route he is going to be going either. And so obviously they're going to build plenty of armor just because there is a Baron on the other team, but Pawn can really kind of wait and see how heavily they prioritize the armor and choose his build path based off of that.
Yeah, and the Tension Bow proc does go off of, it's just pure damage. It's not negated by armor. It's actually more countered by health. So that is something that we do have to consider here, is building health will counter this Tension Bow, dual Tension Bow that we have here. Now, it does also kind of counter itself as the game goes on. The health pools get larger. It does fall off a little bit, but that pierce that the updated Tension Bow has is absolutely massive going into the late game.
So 2-1 is the score. The gold lead is very small in favor of Misfits. Thanks to that second kill they were able to pick up. And with Pawn the Original going for some crit, it looks like this will be a double weapon composition for the side of Rogue. So they're really going to be hoping that their burst and crits are enough to secure them kills. All they need to do is just blow up one target. So it does become a little bit easier in that sense. Still going to be an opportunity for Misfits to just stack that armor and become really tanky.
Yeah, and we do only have 5 stacks on this Catherine thus far. Actually, now we have 6 at 7 minutes. That is a little lower than we would like to see out of a Catherine. The ion cannon does come down, does clip Zax and Eco, but it is not enough damage to get a kill. Pawn the Original does find Demon, and that is going to be 1 dead Celeste, and that brings it back up to a tie at 2-2, kill going over to Rogue. And if there's any jungle left, Pawn the Original will surely find it, and he indeed does get that treant, and now Rogue is going to take an opportunity to come down here towards the gold mine, but Hammy does get hit by a one-shot, 1 kill.
Yeah, it should be okay, though, with knowing that the one-shot just came out, means gold mine is going to be safely secured, and so Rogue just switch that gold advantage that was there for Misfits. They've taken it away and made this game pretty much right back to square one. And so now Tension Bow completed for Zax. Going to be a lot of damage with this Kestrel, although Tension Bow is an item that, obviously gives the 12% pierce, which is nice, but that Kestrel is not a hero that really typically wants to be focusing on her basic attacks. Obviously, Weapon Kestrel has the leeway to do so a little bit more so than the CP Kestrel. It's been very popular of late, but it's still, the Glimmer shots are the bulk of her damage.
The Glimmer shots are indeed, and I very, very likely think we're going to see a I'd like to see a Tyrant's Monocle at least come out on Zax. He does have the weapon speed, which gives him the increased reload time on those Glimmer shots. But that does unfortunately not build into a Monocle. And Zax running right back into the Ion Cannon, dropping him dangerously low. Fountain is not yet used by Eco, and
jump jets are available.
Demon is going to come up to the lane. Looks like Hammy does choose to jump out. They do find a stun and some damage onto Demon. Pawn the Original going very, very deep, and he might even make it out here. This turret shot might take him down. It does indeed, and that is Eco dropping now to Evol. Catherine very deep underneath the turret, finds the kill. And man, Hammy going incredibly deep, does find Zax, and actually lives to the turret, and that is probably going to be a first turret going over to the side of Rogue.
Absolutely, first turret going over, an ace for Rogue. Their massive bursts of damage just overcoming Misfits for now. Only tier 1 armors across the board for Misfits, and so when this damage starts coming through, when Hammy jumps in, when Pawn the Original jumps in, there's just so little to keep them alive. And Rogue making the decision to go all in for those kills, finding the ace, finding the turret, and getting themselves a little bit of a gold lead.
Yeah, a little bit of a gold lead, not too much. We're sitting at 3,000 at about 10 minutes. That's definitely, it is a lead, but it is not anything super drastic. Evol does spout out Eco here, and Demon is going to have to be careful as he is separated from his team. He does get a Heliogenesis down. Very, very minor damage right now, though, which is kind of surprising for the amount of crystal power he has at 10 minutes.
Yeah, it definitely is a little bit surprising, but it's still going to be a situation that you really shouldn't cause too much concern. I mean, 5-3, Rogue has themselves a bit of an advantage, but this is still a game that can go either way, so they're going to have to be a little bit careful. Here they go right onto Demon. Demon is going to get melted. He lands a nice stun, but just not enough to keep him alive. Pawn has stuffed up Eco, and Eco will get deleted. Zax, the only member to make it out alive.
Zax does make it out alive, and Pawn has committed to going into a full double weapon build. So that is definitely a huge, huge spike for him now that he has that Tyrant's Monocle completed. And Zax has to be incredibly careful here. We see Rogue diving very deep underneath the turret, and that is going to very likely be a dead Zax. and a dead turret. If Hammy gets the last shot off, he does. And Demon misses the Solar Storm, but does find the kill on Baron. So a little bit of a silver lining there. It is now 8-4 for the side of Rogue, and they are looking incredibly good this game, Bacon.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Rogue's going to go back in. Evil kind of on his own here, and is still able to dish out a fair amount of damage, but is very likely to end up going down. One more attack from Demon will finish that off. Pawn going to try and make something happen, perhaps. Charges in, gets onto Eco. The Oblivion is going to stun him up. One shot comes out as well. Just tags him for a little bit. And so no further damage to be done. But 8-5 on the kills. It's a 4,000 gold lead that Rogue have built for themselves here in game number 1.
It is, and we need to see very likely a broken myth completed on Demon here if he wants to get past the natural armor that Pawn the Original has, as well as the fact that he's prioritized already building an Aegis, so he's incredibly tanky. That, when we mentioned that Heliogenesis really just kind of tickled, it's because of the amount of shield that Pawn has on this Grumpjaw.
Well, with Pawn and Baron both having a ton of damage, they're going to look for an opportunity again, it looks like. They're trying to move up. They're going to steal away this Treant. They obviously know where Misfits are. Misfits don't really have vision on them right now. They're going to see them rotating up to the lane, however. And so, Hammy just clearing out that minion wave. Just a couple of attacks. His level 8 infusion is about the timeout. Obviously, Pawn still sitting on a level 12 infusion. Still only level 1 armors for both Eco and Demon. This is becoming a pretty big issue as the damage is just massive out of Hammy and Pawn. And so Crystal Sentry just kind of gets defeated. No attempt to stop this from Misfits because they kind of know that they really can't contest these objectives that Rogue are looking to push.
Yeah, and again, Rogue just looking incredibly good this game. They have a huge amount of single target damage, which we see when they do, get to the objectives. Those turrets melt, or even if they find Demon or Zax, the amount of damage that comes out of the crit builds that we have here, it's just absolutely insane. And we do have tier 2 armor on both Demon and Zax, but it's not quite enough for the raw damage that's coming out of Rogue right now.
Yeah, the pierce from the tension bows and the crits that are coming out from these builds are just huge. Hammy is absolutely chunking targets down when they get into the fight. It's actually kind of funny that Evol is the one with half the team's kills, but that's just from whoever happens to clean it up. They don't really care who gets the kills, as Eco is going to be the target. Gets taken down pretty low. Zax gets eaten up. That's actually going to save him for a little bit, but not very long, because once he gets spit out, he is down. Eco and Zax both taken out. Now Demon just gets blown up. A stun will secure the kill, and that is an ace. With minions already on the turret, Rogue are easily going to take that choke point turret. They may even look for more, as they have another wave of ace buff minions right around the corner. They're going to start on the first crystal turret. They only take one of those before they decide to back out.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they actually did back out there. As healthy as they are, I think they definitely could have contested a fight. Demon just now came up, and they're already, all the way at the Crystal Sentry. So I think they could have really forced out that turret. If not a fight where they could have caught Zax out. We have a lot of CC and gap closing on the side of Rogue. So, maybe wanting to play it a little bit safe, though, understanding how important this game is. This game decides who goes to the challenger battles, so definitely wanting to play it a little bit safe, though.
Absolutely, but now with Kraken up, things are going to get very tense for the side of Misfits. They're starting to fall behind. Rogue is absolutely destroying them in team fights thus far, and the windows of opportunity are slim, if they even exist, for Misfits. I do want to point out, just for anyone who is wondering, Immortals are currently playing against Tribe Gaming in the winner's bracket final. If you're following the bracket, that game is happening simultaneously. But right now, we're more focused on this because this game, those two teams are already in the challenge battles. It's just a matter of where they finish in challengers. These two teams have not secured their spot, and the winner of this will be getting into the challenge battles. And Rogue looking like they are going to have the upper hand as they get themselves the Kraken and can now look to push in. Only one turret remaining between them and taking a 1-0 lead.
It is, and man, that is a scary position to be in for Misfits. Kraken marching down the lane, the damage that Hammy and Pawn the original are able to put out, and you only have one crystal turret alive. This is going to take a miracle fight out of Misfits to find a victory, and even a fight here, not the game. It's going to be a miracle just to find the fight.
Absolutely, and now with Kraken onto the turret, already they're getting nuked down. Exhale, or Eco, Demon, and Zax. Zax is the first fall. Pawn goes down as well, but Hammy and Evol are still alive. Demon is trying to make his way back to the Sanctuary to heal up, but the Kraken is on the crystal, and Hammy is going to finish off the ace before finishing off the game.
And that is game number 1 going over to Rogue. The double weapon build prevailing here into Misfits. And, you know, I really like the Celeste that Demon comes on. I just don't think the I don't think the Rome Baptiste was the right captain to have in this scenario. We really needed someone who could keep the Grumpjaw from diving the back line, keep the Catherine from diving the back line. And that's where we really seen Rogue capitalizing, is they got the lockdown onto the Celeste, and they were, or onto Zax, whoever just was the furthest out. And, you know, the damage that Hammy is able to put out with those jump jets just, you know, took somebody out of the fight immediately.
Guys, that was a really incredible match by Rogue. It's worth noting, and you were talking about the draft, it was something that I saw as soon as I noticed, is that, you know, there is crowd control on the side of Misfits, but it's just not the kind of crowd control you want. You really want that front line. And when Glaive came off the board, I was like, oh, well, you know, you want Grumpjaw, you could get it. And Vox was the next ban, and I understand that, you know, Vox is that dominant weapon laner, but it's not the pick that, you know, I think wins you the game. If they had banned anything else, they would have at least allowed, they would have forced Rogue to decide between picking a Vox or a Grumpjaw or a Baron, right, for that first pick, and that would have left the Vox open on A side, or sorry, on B side, and then they could have banned away the Baron or Grumpjaw. Having both of those plus the Catherine on Rogue's team is just, that's really a hard composition to play into. It will outscale and outplay you.
It will indeed, and we know it's just the later the game goes, that Baron gets scarier and scarier, especially with the splash damage that he provides. So, very well played out of Rogue. You know, I have to give them props. They are a team that came from the VG8, you know, has had a little bit of tough luck, but they are really proving themselves right now that they want that position back, and I think they have a good chance if they keep playing the way they are.
Oh, absolutely. They really played well when we saw them play up against Vision Gaming yesterday. They played well all challengers, and they're coming here today, and they're playing really well. The only team to really, you know, stun them was Tribe Gaming, and of course we know Tribe facing off against Immortals right now is another one of those really top tier teams. So not really surprising that would be one hurdle they're having a little bit of hard time. They may get a rematch if they win this, either in the elimination finals or the grand finals. So that would be definitely an exciting one to watch. We are just about ready to jump into game number 2 here between these two teams. And I think, you know, starting with the draft, we do hate to try to focus on the draft, but there were a lot of issues with that, and it didn't come down to like the concept or the theory behind it. There was crowd control on the side of Misfits, but it was, you know, you had a stun from a squishy hero Celeste who can't be in the front line, and you also had a stun that forces a squishy Kestrel to try to get on the front line as well. It was very, very risky, and it didn't play out.
Indeed, and we should be ready to move over into the draft for game 2 here.
Begins.
And it looks like, okay, so we do have Rogue on B side now. Kind of interesting at what you want to choose to ban here if you're Misfits. I mean, we've seen the Baron and the Grumpjaw both do really well, but we've also seen, you know, that's not like it's the only composition that Rogue run. You know, they run a couple different compositions, you know, and just yesterday even that they just looked incredibly good on their, you know, they're good at drafting. They're good at getting into their comfort zone on their comfort picks. And, you know, it's definitely one of those teams that's hard to beat in draft right now.
A little bit of time being burned up here on Misfits side on A. They look to make that first ban. have a slight issue. We're going to do a quick reset, everybody. As yeah, one of the players did have a connection issue getting into the draft. Are going to make sure get into this correctly, everybody.
The draft begins.
Here we go. Hopefully a restart will be over. There we go. And this time, Misfits, definitely a smart call, taking the Grumpjaw out right away. Not wanting to go into that pick again. Draft moving pretty quick. So, you know, this is something I actually really like. What Misfits doing this time is by not banning someone like a Vox, they do force either a Baron or a Grace to be picked, so you can get both. And now it's just one very dominant threat on the side of Rogue instead of having two dominant threats. And this is, I think, something that is easier. You do see the Baptiste come out. This is going to be a good composition for the side of Rogue, and they can flex that Baptiste into the support, but I expect to see that as a jungler.
I definitely, again, we've seen the Baptiste be a flexible captain, but again, I think he does function the best in that jungle position. The amount of burst damage, especially since it's AoE burst, that the Baron can really be complemented by. I think this puts you in a position where you have to consider the Baptiste going into the jungle position, but it is going to be flexed into the roam position again as that Samuel comes out. We pick up the Kashka, who's a very, very good pick into Samuel. We talk about Samuel having such a huge level 2 spike. Kashka is one of the few heroes in the game that can really deal with that level 2 Samuel spike and can really start to snowball the early game and prevent him from getting gold.
Yeah, and that's a pick that, you know, we've seen really turn up really big early that can just take and carry you all the way to the end. This is actually a really exciting matchup. I do like what Misfits did this time. They took away some of those more dominant heroes, and this time focusing on a more balanced approach. And in the jungler, they are going poke heavy, which I think against the Kashka can play out if you just don't let that Kashka snowball.
Yeah, and the Arden is actually really good with the Vox, and that's what I really think we're going to have to you know, be looking at towards the late game. Yes, this Baron is really good typically into Vox, but Arden and Vox is a very deadly combination in itself. The amount of barrier that Arden can give his teammates going into the late game after he's built up some health, as well as the zoning potentially has with the Gauntlet. If you can wait for Hammy to engage, you know, use the jump jets, get the barrier down onto Zax on the Vox here, and then follow up with a Gauntlet, Hammy's not going to have that jump jets that has the natural block built into it when you overdrive it to get out, and that's going to put him in a risky situation.
Well, we're into game number 2, everybody, as we do see Tribe looking to try to get, I'm sorry, Misfits looking to try to get back into this game here, dropping 1-0 to Rogue. Rogue definitely looking to carry this away. Of course, seeing Hammy on the Baron again definitely has to be a good sign for the fans of Rogue here, as we are going to get into this game.
Yeah, we are getting into the early game here, and we do have a double crystal bit coming out upon the original. He does invade early and finds Eco in the back of the jungle. That is going to be first blood at just 1 minute and 20 seconds going over to Pawn. And again, Kashka is a hero that really benefits off that bonus 200 gold. If she gets that aftershock completed sooner, she's going to be a menace that much quicker in the game. So that's huge for Rogue to secure a kill this early.
Yeah, absolutely. Finding that first kill is massive. And I mean, their team that already is up 1-0 in this series, 1 win away from getting themselves into the challenge battles. And that is a great way to start it off. Hammy, I'm not really sure why Misfits allowed this Baron to go through onto him. Again, it's so dominant in the previous game. And then they just give it right on over to him in game number 2. Let's see if he can find the same level of success. And this is just a really strong composition and comfort picks for the side of Rogue. So you have to worry for Misfits coming into this one now.
Yeah, and we do have Shield picked up by Demon and Pawn already. We are a little up on farm on Pawn. We saw that early invade from Kashka. They did clean up the Ancient Treant, which they are going to get again. And we see all 3 members of Misfits up in the lane here, but Hammy being very, very safe and playing back. They weren't able to get anything from Demon coming to lane, which is absolutely huge for Rogue. That was a lot of time wasted by the side of Misfits.
Yeah, absolutely is. Now Evil just going to be distracting Misfits, taking a lot of damage. But Hammy is looking to just farm up, keep the minions at bay. Meanwhile, Zax is trying to get onto these minions. Will actually draw their attention. Now down in the jungle, looks like Pawn. And he's trying to go in onto Demon. It's a little bit of damage, but he's mostly just looking to escape. Evil prepped that Treant for him, and they're able to just walk away with a Treant steal. And not really going to be in too much threat. Evil is a little bit low. Drifting Dark comes out. Pawn is trying to get onto Demon. Demon is so low, but he's going to be able to hang in there. Zax chases down and finds the kill onto Evo. While Hammy just focusing on farming, hasn't rotated at all, which I feel like that time it may have been a little bit of a mistake. Very likely could have helped the team secure a kill or prevent a death from going over if he had moved down with Zax. Instead, it will be Misfits, perhaps able to find a little bit of a play here. Pawn steals away the Treant. That's going to be a very helpful boon. Otherwise, if that Treant had gone over to Demon, very likely they look to try and take out Pawn in return. So they just kind of back off for now. Never mind, they're not backing off. Pawn still looking for some damage and some camp steals in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, and Pawn's been doing a really good job securing farm this game. We do see him up 24-13 on Demon. It's accrued about a 500 gold lead for the side of Rogue, which, again, this is a early game Kashka, but this is a late game Baron that we have to think about too. So, if Pawn's able to find any good stuns going into the late game, it's really going to allow Baron to choose a target very, very freely and focus that damage down. And it's very likely going to be Zax just because of the shorter range of Vox than the Samuel. If they can get that lockdown and take him out of the fight, that's really going to allow them to push Demon and Eco uncontested.
And well, that's exactly what they're going to try and do. But for now, Demon and Zax doing a good job of putting some pressure onto the lane. Here comes Pawn to try and alleviate a little bit of this pressure. Evol is a little damaged, about half health, so he's got to be careful. But Hammy is just, again, farming up 55 CS to the 48 of Zax. He's got himself a little bit of a CS lead on this Baron, and that is worrisome. If Baron has a CS lead going into the mid to late game, it is absolutely terrifying the amount of damage that's going to come out of this hero.
Yeah, and Pawn the original has hit level 6. He does now have that Yummy Catnip Frenzy, and Demon does not yet have a reflex block built, and does not appear to even have the gold quite yet for that reflex block. Pretty soon here he will. But pretty soon here we're going to see Pawn the original completing an Aftershock and already level 7, working his way to level 8 even. And Hammy, as you said, is up a decent amount. He's up about 2 waves in lane, so definitely doing a good job on this Baron, getting the last hits. That tension bow definitely helps. Huge engage comes out there. They do end up finding Pawn. Pawn going a little too far. Demon did get that reflex block. That is now going to be Hammy as well, and now Misfits is looking to chase down Evol and hopefully find a ace. They only have a second to go, and they do find it, and that should be first turret for the side of Misfits. So looking a lot better this game thus far as opposed to the last game.
Excellent fight from Misfits to find that ace, and they are going to take that turret. This is definitely the kind of start they needed, as after game number 1, they were looking pretty flat. Coming into game number 2, able to find an early ace, get themselves a little bit of a gold lead. It's not much, even despite the fact that they got that turret down, because Rogue has been farming up so well. And both Pawn and Hammy having themselves a CS lead means that the gold is going to be still fairly close. And so they just need to continue to put pressure on Misfits. They have to find more fights like that. It's going to be tough, though, because Pawn just finished off his Aftershock. That's going to be a big item spike, and he grabbed himself an Infusion. This means Rogue likely to want to try and find a fight. They're going in onto Zax.
They do, and the Ordain does go down and gets the stun. Hammy does find a bit of damage on Zax. Pawn the original, however, does take a lot of damage in return, getting some of those turret shots down on him, and that's going to force him to recall. He has now completed the Aftershock and has a level 8 Infusion. But if you're not in the lane with your team, then that Infusion is just burning down right now. And they have to be careful because, you know, they don't have that first turret to retreat to. And Misfits is actually minion candied this wave, hoping to have Rogue spend a little extra time trying to clear it.
Yeah, the Misfits want to try and rotate down to take the gold mine, but it's going to get cleared out a little bit too quickly, so they can't actually start up that objective. Pawn and Hammy, and going to be looking for a fairly burst-focused builds on these two heroes. A little bit different than in game number 1. You know, the massive burst coming out of Grumpjaw is not going to be available, but with the Aftershock, very likely going to go into something like a Shatter Glass for item number 2 for Pawn, or a Broken Myth. But either way, they just want to be able to pick one target, likely to be Zax initially, and then, you know, switching it over to Demon as you get a little bit later on, and try and just absolutely delete them from the fold with the help of Evol. They're in a nice position here. Ordained goes down onto Demon. There's Yummy Catnip Frenzy. He's going to get blocked. But now Hammy trying to get those rocket shots in. Beautiful Gauntlet comes out and lands a couple stuns, but Pawn is able to find a kill. However, Hammy goes down as well, and Evol is sure to fall. It is just going to be Pawn the original able to escape, and Demon and Eco will be able to move up and get a little bit more pressure down. Not really too much for them to take off of this, because they didn't go for the gold miner. They're not going to be able to push this lane up into the turret, and there's no jungle camps to steal away.
Yep, there were no jungle camps to steal away. Pawn does decide to hang out in his jungle, does collect that Treant, and is going to be able to farm up his jungle because of it. And Demon was just forced to go back to his jungle. Fortunately for Pawn, he did find Zax at the end of that fight, but Demon was doing such a great job focusing down Hammy. Again, we saw the Gauntlet come out after the jump jets were used, and that's really where Misfits is going to be able to capitalize against this Baron. Yes, the Baron does a lot of damage, but if you survive that initial burst and Baron cannot kite away, then, you know, Baron's prioritized 4 offensive items with no defense, with the exception of obviously this early reflex block. So Baron does die very fast if he cannot get out of the fight.
All right, so now with members of Misfits feeling a bit confident off of these last couple fights, you gotta figure they are going to be perfectly happy to fight around this gauntlet timing. 20 seconds until it's up. If Rogue were to go for a fight now, there's not a whole lot that Misfits can do to try and stop it. Evol is taking a ton of damage. Fearsome Shade goes out, does get blocked, but that's Demon getting melted. Yummy Catnip Frenzy gets blocked by Zax, but Hammy is trying to get on there, trying to get into range. Is not going to be able to. Pawn just going to grab this Treant and start healing up a little bit. That was a big catch for Rogue, though.
It was indeed, and we are still sitting up 6-3 for the side of Misfits, so it's still looking good for them. And this Samuel is going to scale up pretty heavily going into the late game as well as the Baron, but the Koshka is going to start falling off, and the Vox and Samuel both just keep scaling up. Misfits does find a lot of damage here. Rogue looking very, very low. Evol and Pawn low. The Fountain has already been used. That is going to be Hammy dying, and it looks like Pawn is going to follow as well. He does, with the last Aftershock proc in his life, find Eco, but that's going to give Zax an opportunity to come up here, clear some lane, get caught up on farm. He is still sitting a little bit down, but as he gets closer and closer to that breaking point, he's going to be a huge threat for Pawn going in as deep as he has been.
Yeah, absolutely. And the biggest problem that Rogue is having right now is Evol just isn't able to actually offer much protection to these two carries. That's one of the things about Baron and Koshka. They dish out a ton of damage, but they are not very durable on their own either. And with Rogue using this Baptiste as their captain pickup, something like an Arden offers some protection, offers some defense to those two carries. Not so much the case with Baptiste. He has some good lockdown, can throw out those fearsome shades, but if those get blocked, there's really nothing that Rogue have to keep Hammy and Pawn the Original alive.
Yeah, and we do have a off-stream update for you guys. Immortals has taken the first game against Tribe, and we'll keep you updated as those games go on. But getting back into Rogue here, we are up 8-4 for Misfits with about 1,000 gold lead, nothing major. But Zax has actually opted to go with a Sorrow Blade instead of the Breaking Point. So looking for more upfront damage as opposed to the scaling damage that a Breaking Point would offer this build.
And it makes a bit of sense. I mean, up against a Baron, you're going to be bursted down. That's some good damage coming out now. Those rockets are hurting. As Pawn and Hammy, with a couple members getting half health, they can maybe try and push up siege on this turret a little bit. The only real siege potential they have is going to come from Hammy with these rockets. This Pawn obviously has to get into melee range. Evol not going to have the largest of damage numbers. They're going to rotate down, work on this gold miner. Misfits coming in to try and contest. Drifting Dark goes out. He's not really going to be connecting. The gauntlet gets canceled by a stun. Excellent work there, but it is still Pawn the original that ends up falling. Evol likely to go down. Hammy drops on the backside of this fight, and it is another ace for Misfits.
It is another ace for Misfits, and any day of the week, I'll take losing out on the gold mine for getting an ace and getting that second turret. As well as they may even have time to rotate down and take a jungle rotation out of the side of Rogue. Pawn clearly is now up, but not able to come in and fight this 1v3 by himself. They are going to take down this Crystal Sentry as well. Pawn is coming down here, as well as the rest of Rogue, but I'll just have to see. Demon is a little bit low on energy. They do give him over the health treant, should help him top up a little bit. We have War Treads now completed on Eco, gonna allow Zax to really be able to be mobile against this Koshka, allow Demon to be mobile against this Koshka. And that's really the big thing, is if Koshka is not allowed to stick to a target, then she's not gonna have any damage.
It's definitely starting to become a bit of a risky situation for Rogue to try and go in on these fights. The reflex blocks and crucibles from Eco have been absolutely crucial in this game. Has been blocking out a lot of these abilities, allowing Misfits to just keep the damage pressure on. Pawn has not really been able to find much with this Koshka, and Hammy has been just the focused target every single fight.
He has indeed, and again, Barons, with their prioritization on going with so much offense, they do sacrifice that defense. Hammy is sitting right now on 3 completed items and does have the gold in his pocket to complete a Tyrant's Monocle, and he does recall to do so. We do, however, have 3 infusions on the side of Misfits and none for the side of Rogue, so they definitely have to be careful looking into this next fight. They have now got vision onto the entire side of Misfits, so they do know that they are infused. And again, Hammy with this 4th item completed on this Baron is going to be a huge force to be reckoned with if they're able to catch somebody out.
So catching someone out is going to be really one of the few ways that Rogue can get themselves back into this game. Although the gold lead isn't really that far ahead for Misfits, they have still been able to win just about every single fight that has broken out in the last 8 minutes or so. As we hit the 16-minute mark, we'll see if Rogue are going to try and contest this Kraken. These Misfits look like they're posturing up, wanting to make something happen, wanting to force Rogue to have to come to them, because the counter engage out of Misfits is so strong.
Yeah, and Rogue has found themselves enough gold to get an infusion onto both Pawn and onto Hammy. The big thing is this Misfits lineup they have here does scale up on both of the carries, and Demon does take a lot of damage there, but again, the burst from Koshka just starting to fall off. They do find the Koshka. That is going to be... Oh, man. They stepped back close enough that Hammy was able to get some splash damage down, and they do find the kill on Demon, and that's one thing you really have to be prepared for going into a Baron, is you can't group up because that splash damage is absolutely insane.
And Zax is going to get the healing from this Treant, so they will be okay. But now Rogue, with the Hammy still alive, going to look to get some damage onto this turret. I don't know if they'll have enough to actually take it. Zax is coming up to contest. They're going to actually try and attack Zax. Double shots, going to take him out. And this means that, well, Eco's going to stand around, try and defend this turret. Not going to work because there is another Jump Jets and Hammy finding the kills. You cannot underestimate the damage that comes out of a Baron, especially 17 minutes into the game. This is a 4 offensive item Baron, and both Zax and Eco just kind of stuck around thinking, oh, he's not going to have enough damage to actually kill me. They're not going to try and take this fight under the turret. Hammy proves them wrong.
I think we have to give a lot of credit over to Evol in that last fight, because I think Zax should have been able to kill Hammy there, but the Ordained came out and stunned him up, which allowed Hammy that extra second to get those attacks off, and that's really where the damage was found. So he'd already burned the jump jets trying to get damage down on the turret. Vox should win that trade, but Evol just great play on this Baptiste.
Right, so now with members of Rogue again starting to push up, Pawn and Hammy are the two that need to be dishing out this damage, need to be staying safe. There is going to be a null wave gauntlet for Evol, and that's going to be really important. If they can prevent Eco from being able to get his activatables off in these fights, they can just stop the Crucible and the Fountain from being able to heal up Misfits when this burst happens. It can go a long way towards Rogue getting full control of this game right back, and perhaps even getting into the challenge battles. As they again start to group up, we're 19 minutes in. This game's going pretty late. We are at late game builds. The two carries are pretty much full build. The junglers are getting themselves close as well. And here we go. One more fight could be what ends up finishing this game.
Yeah, and Demon has found himself a metal jacket. They do find Hammy at the back of that. He does use the jump jets to get out of the gauntlet. Evol dropping dangerously low. Item silence going down onto Demon. Zax does block the Koshka Yummy Catnip Frenzy. Now Hammy is up here in the front line. Evol 2 damage to really re-engage. Demon finds a couple empowered Malice and Verdicts. And that is going to be Hammy now dropping, and they're chasing down Evol. And they actually turn to the Kraken, knowing that Evol is incredibly hurt. And they should have the damage to take it here pretty uncontested. And if Evol does show his face, Zax has a lot of damage and should be able to take out the Baptiste.
And Demon able to survive. They're focusing onto Demon, and he is just sticking alive throughout these fights. The damage not enough to take down this Samuel, especially once these empowered Malice and Verks come out. The Ordained is going to stun him, but on the backside, the Kraken has been unleashed. Demon taking some hurt from the Sentry. Or sorry, that's just a regular Treant. The Sentry hasn't even gotten involved. That was just the mid-Treant getting very angry and putting out some damage. But now with Kraken making her way down the lane, all members of Rogue have respawned and can try and do as much damage to this Kraken as possible before it actually gets into their base. Zax and Eco are pushing up with it. Demon is right behind them. Where are Rogue going to go?
We need to see a little more coordination out of Pawn and Evol. Evol did null wave Sam, which means his reflex block would have went down, but he chose to use Yummy Catnip Frenzy onto...
Shade gets blocked.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going in. That's Yummy Catnip Frenzy. It gets blocked. That's going to be a lot of damage from Hammy, but they get stunned up by the Gauntlet. Gauntlet was beautifully placed. Here comes the ultimate, but it's not going to do enough. And while Zax is low, Demon and Eco are pushing in onto Evol. Pawn goes to the fountain to heal himself up. Demon going to be his target, but Zax is the one that is lowest and probably should have been focused down. The first turret is gone. Kraken still has about a third of her health, and the second turret is down. Misfits are going to look to try and end. Lots of damage coming out from Pawn. He finds one kill. Demon is going to go down. Eco and the Kraken are trying to end this, and it looks like they are going to be able to. There's just too much health on Eco, and the Kraken is too healthy, and this will be Misfits forcing us to a game number 3.
Misfits really wanting that position in the challenge battles, bringing their A game today. Zax with a huge performance on this Vox in the lane, and Demon doing a very good job into the Koshka in the jungle too. Typically we see the Koshkas are able to snowball the Samuel a little better in the early game, but good positioning out of Eco being able to help out Demon, was able to get them to that late game point, and they were able to shut down the Baron.
And that's something that I love to see, is when you draft into a Koshka Baron, you know you've got an early game and a late game. You've got a lot to deal with, but you balance it, position yourself better. And the Samuel did great into that Baron into the mid game. We saw Samuel absolutely able to poke and position correctly. Demon has been kind of the anchor of this team for most of the challengers. When he plays well, the team usually is very successful. But it was great to see Eco and Zax play really good. And also Eco on this Arden. He's played Arden several times throughout the challengers. His gauntlets are amazing. He usually stuns up 2 or even as many as 3 we've seen when he goes and puts us a great positioning by Misfits. And it's nice just to be able to say, yeah, you can counter Akashka in these games, even if you're going up against a Baron as well. This time, Rogue maybe a little too confident. There was a lot of times they would go into fights, commit to it, and not get the damage off right at the bat. And we saw that a lot, unfortunately, where they were not landing their ion cannons, or they were not landing, landing those stuns. We saw a lot of nice reflex blocks also by Misfits, preventing what would have been a very bad situation early game, actually getting out and turning it around against Pon the original.
Yeah, and I think if you're going to run the Kashka and want to be successful in the late game, you might want to take a couple notes from Immortals. They've been very, very good running this Kashka. They're very coordinated with Max Green picking up that null wave gauntlet. Not even using the null wave onto the enemy support, but if you null wave an enemy carry and have coordination with your Kashka, you can land that yummy catnip frenzy much, much easier, because typically your carry is responsible for blocking their own Kashka ults, especially when the Baptiste was on the enemy team. They want that Crucible to block the Fearsome Shade. So just a little more coordination coming out of Rogue there, and they might have been able to find a couple cleaner fights.
Yeah, I noticed
they've been playing great.
Someone in chat mentioned the null wave. That is something that, it helps tremendously. The reflex block is easy to do on Kashka. It's one of the easier stuns to block. But if you're silenced, it's a little bit harder. And so with no Catherine on the board, with no major silence, that null wave, very, very critical. And Arden, is really known to have a lot of those items like Crucible and Fountain ready to go as well. The health builds great into his kit, so he'll have those almost always. And you just got to be prepared for that. Going up against Akashka, and maybe even, consider if you're, a lot of teams I haven't really seen come out with the null wave on themselves to block any chance of, blocking them, with another null wave, countering the null wave. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Kashka is really, really strong early game, but I felt like Misfits did a great job positioning against it and buying reflex blocks really early, even though the Kashka was out leveling them in the first few minutes. That was very critical.
It was indeed, and Misfits played it really well that game. And again, this is going to be, we knew from the beginning, this is going to be one of the closest series that we see tonight, and they have proven to do so. So getting ready to move into game number 3 here, I definitely think there are going to be a little bit of change up in the draft. I don't know if Vox is going to get through the draft for Zax again, so we'll just have to see where they go with it.
I mean, we saw a pretty big draft swing from game 1 to 2, and it was Misfits, I think, that made all the right corrections, but they also played better, and a lot should be spoken about the fact that, honestly, that was an even draft. It was Misfits just playing mechanically, positioning throughout every single fight, anticipating those Kashka ults, anticipating the Baron's mortar shots. Those are things that really go a long way at turning the fight in your favor, is being ready for what the enemy team's going to do. And Misfits looked much better from game 1. But the draft is very critical. As we get into this third game, there's a lot to be said about making sure you put yourself in the best position possible.
It is indeed, and we do have Rogue back over onto the A side and Misfits on the B side. So it's going to be interesting to see what we pick up here on the first bans. We do have the Glaive coming out again first for the side of Rogue. And this is something that we've seen them do in game 1. And this pretty much assures you a power pick in that initial first slot. Or you can potentially leave one through and bait it out and allow B side to pick it up and be planning a counter to follow up with it.
Yeah, we saw a Vox ban during game number 1 here from Misfits. I'm curious to see if they try something different. It didn't work out too well, and they gave over that first pick Grumchaw. But I think that there was other mistakes in the draft other than just giving over Grumchaw. There was really no pressure on picking that, more CC comp, or at least that more viable CC. I do think the Baron ban here is great. It does allow either a Grace or a Grumchaw on the A side, but I think that you could counter that better than anticipated.
Indeed, and again, Hammy did a great job on the Baron last game. They weren't able to close out with it, but again, it's definitely something that Misfits has decided that they don't want to deal with. Again, after seeing that second game, the fights were very back and forth. I definitely expected to see the Baron come off the table here. And now this does leave Vox open for Hammy on A side.
Grace does come out here. I think this is a great pickup. Kind of lucky for Misfits to be able to get this still up, and it's easy because you're not really giving away too much. We haven't seen Grace all too often here against these top teams, so I'm really excited to see what Misfits can do with it.
And we actually have the Lyra take it off, and that's a very smart follow-up to the Grace pick. Grace is very, very good at sustaining through fights, so to take the sustainability out of Lyra away from the other team, you definitely shut down a huge pick, especially since Lyra's Bright Bulwark is allows you to really cancel out some engages that you may want to dive this Vox. The Celeste ban does come out of the side of Rogue, respecting that, Demon is known for that jungle Celeste. It's really one of his better pickups, and they do pick up the Kestrel instead, and this is a strong flex that really functions well with the Grace. This is something that can be played in the lane as weapon power or in the jungle as weapon power or crystal power, so definitely a lot of flexibility here in this pick. It doesn't reveal your hand too early, and that's really what the 2.6 meta is about, is if you're on B side, you have to pick something that's flexible so that you don't get countered as easily, and you make the enemy team commit to countering one or the other.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. This is just a couple more picks left here. We are back A-side. Grumpjaw does come out eventually, and I think that with the Grace now, that's a little bit of a better composition to go into, but we see Catherine coming out again, and I really like Rogue taking Catherine with Grumpjaw because Catherine's so good against Grumpjaw. But we've seen also Evil playing a really good Catherine. So this is a great combo. We don't see all too often, but I really think is a right move.
It is, to me, the right move. You definitely don't want to give that Catherine over. However, they already had the Grace picked up on B side. So I don't think the Catherine really would have been locked in. And now we see a lot of bonus time being used on the side of Misfits. They do decide to go with the Rhyme. Now, Rhyme is very, very good into this Grumpjaw. But moving into the late game, as this Catherine really starts to scale up, they're going to have a lot of potential for Hammy on this Vox to build up and be able to take down the Rhyme. Now, the Rhyme and the Grace to me is a very dirty combo, though, because you can really chain a lot of CC together, a lot of stuns, a lot of roots. It's going to be an interesting game.
This is really going to be interesting. We didn't see Kestrel play good for game number 1. We saw the Kestrel come out, and it was just positioning was off. Kestrel has the potential to stop that Grumpjaw coming in. Put an active camo if you go weapon Kestrel, which is going to be this case, and force the Grumpjaw to have to be cautious and think about before jumping in on you. And that didn't happen a lot in game 1. I think they snowballed a little bit. They got a little bit ahead. The Vox play, I think, is going to be hard to deal with, but when Grumpjaw goes in, if he's firstly, he can't pick Kestrel because Kestrel can active camo. He's going to try to go in the Rhyme, and that sets him up for a lot of other potential pitfalls there. Grace, Kestrel, and Rhyme will be able to poke at him as he's entering into that fight. We didn't see that executed well in game 1. I think Rhyme here might be a better pick.
Yeah, and Demon has had a pretty good performance on this Rhyme in the past, so we'll just have to see if he can make it work against the amazing Grumpjaw performance that we've been seeing out of pawn on this hero. And with the stun follow-up from Catherine and Vox dancing around the edge of the fight, it's going to be really about Grace finding a good engage where we can stun the Grumpjaw, allow Rhyme to get some Winter Spires down, build up some fortified health, and that's really where we're going to see Misfits be able to succeed here.
All right, well, we are going to be getting into game number 3. This one, this is the most important game for these two teams this season, as this is the last chance for them to make it into challenge battles. We'll see who wins this game now. Kick it over to you and Tasty Bacon Denominate to take us into game number 3.
All right, so we are getting underway. Game 3. This is what it all comes down to. Denominate. Winner of this will get themselves a spot in the challenge battles with a chance to get back to the Vainglory 8. Both of these teams have been there before. They know what it's like to be in that top league. They need to win this game to get themselves back there. So with Misfits and Rogue, final game, this is what they've chosen for their last chance to get into the challenge battles for this entire season. With the new format, there's only one opportunity to get into the Vainglory 8 during the season. And if you cannot win this game, you will end up having to wait until next season for an opportunity at the Vainglory 8. Rhyme is the pickup, and he can do really well, but early on, going to get jumped on by this Grumpjaw. However, Demon is able to turn it around a bit, has some good damage with these Winter Spires, and with that root, Pawn is very likely to go down. Grace going to boost on forward with some boots and find the first blood.
They do indeed find the first blood, and again, Rhyme is very, very good into this Grumpjaw in the early game. I'm really interested to see if Pawn the original decides to go double weapon with Hammy again, or if he's going into that on hit build. We've seen him very successful on the full out weapon Grumpjaw, but again, if they're able to find the chain CC on the side of Misfits, then it's really going to limit some of the damage that Pawn's able to put down onto Zax, the primary target he's going to want to find.
All right, so Pawn the original looking to clear out his jungle after giving first blood over. Not an ideal start for Rogue. And so they are going to just be looking to make something happen in the lane now. Hammy and Zax trading back and forth. Obviously, later on, Grace will have that heal, but for now, it's actually Evil taking a turret shot. That's not an ideal situation. He's going to go down fairly low. Demon trying to invade Rogue's jungle. He's going to get spotted out here. But Demon and Pawn just kind of walking right next to each other, not really looking for a fight. Demon is the first one to pull the trigger. Evil rotates down, but Evil is very low. This may have been a mistake. He's going to have to run, and this will allow Misfits to go ahead and work on this Ancient Treant.
It is, and any experience that you can take away from Grumpjaw here in the early game is a smart thing to be doing, and we do actually see them getting very, very aggressive here, moving into the backs of Rogue. Pawn is low, but does secure his farm, so that is good for him. Demon does have the energy to continue farming here. Evil coming in for a stun. Pawn actually going over the wall with the Grumpy, does find the Treant, and that's going to give him some health to try to sustain here.
Yeah.
Hammy coming down, and they are looking to clean up some kills here.
Eco ends up falling. Demon going to try and stay alive, try and get some damage onto Evil. Evil stuns up Zax as he rotates. Demon with the fortified health, though, is able to stay alive. That's one of the reasons why Rhyme is so strong, is that fortified health. It becomes very, very difficult to actually take him down.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see where Demon goes with this Rhyme build. We see him usually going with the Eve first, and Pawn being on the other team, known for his Rhyme, we see go the Shatterglass first. So this is really an opportunity for Demon to say, hey, Pawn, this is how you need to run Rhyme. So I'm sure he's looking to get a little bit of showtime here into Pawn's main.
Jungle is going to intensify 4 minutes in. And again, just a reminder for anyone who wasn't here earlier, this is the matchup to determine who will get into the challenge battles. It is the third game of a best-of-3 series, so it comes down to this. Winner takes all. As Demon, with this Rhyme pickup, like you were just saying, Denominate, this is a pick that Pawn the Original plays a lot of. And Demon's going to be trying to show him up with it. Pawn looks like he might be going for that on-hit build, as he has the 6 Sins, but also has a Crystal Bit in the inventory. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. But Demon, he's going to get collapsed upon here, but members of Misfits are right there to follow up. Hammy is getting taken down. Those Glimmer Shots are doing a lot of work. Pawn is hurting too. Look at Misfits. They are all full health. They're going to be more than happy to just rotate on through, see if they can find anyone trying to rotate back to the lane, but it's not going to be the case.
Not going to be the case, and we do have a fountain coming out of both Evol and Eco here. So both supports right about in par as far as farm goes. Hammy has completed the Poison Shiv and now looks to be building into the Tension Bow. So once we get that double proc built up on Pawn on this Grumpjaw, he'll be able to have that ultimate up over and over again in these fights. And I think your main target you need to take out is if you can take Demon out of the fight, then you can really engage heavily on Zax. And I think that's why they really want the cooldowns to be ready to go on this Grumpjaw.
All right, well, they are definitely going to be finding some options here, but with the damage that can come out of a Hammy once we get to late game, it's going to be interesting to see how this matchup with Rhyme is going to work out. I'm really curious to see where Demon will go for his first items. Tension Bow completed for Pawn. Also has himself the Eclipse Prism, so almost certainly going to be the Tension Bow Aftershock build. This build is really risky to go because it does fall off pretty heavily towards the late game. So very likely Rogue going to be trying to win early on, trying to push advantages heavily through the early game, but they haven't found the opportunity to do so just yet.
Yeah, and again, Misfits thus far looking pretty good. We don't have any gold lead at all, as well as just a 1-to-1 on the kills. Both turrets are still full on health for both teams. It's it's kind of hard to say. We do have Demon at level 7 here. Eco is approaching level 6, where he's going to get that Divine Intervention, but Evil is approaching level 6 as well, and that Blast Tremor, we know if you get the triple silence down, can be very, very devastating to a team.
Yeah, it can be absolutely team fight and game-changing if the Blast Tremor connects onto all 3 targets. Zax is going to be building a very vulnerable build for now. Only has that tier 1 armor. And a lot of the Kestrels we see end up doing these 4 to 5 offensive items builds. Very likely to be 4 coming out from Zax, unless this game starts to go south, in which case he'd likely be forced to go into a little bit more defense. But for now, we're going to try and jump in onto Eco. Eco is probably one of the more vulnerable targets at this stage of the game. Demon obviously has the fortified health. Zax has those and the active camo to go invisible. A big Valkyrie comes through. Pawn is going to go low, but they take out Eco first. Demon and Zax, however, trying to follow up onto Hammy and Evil. Demon is low. Fortified health is going to be keeping him hanging in there. It looks like it will just be a 1-for-1 as the one shot hits the gold miner. Hammy's going to have to use Sonic Zoom to get himself out of harm's way. But 1-for-1 trade is all it gets.
And how great of a play would that have been if the gold miner would have turned around and killed Hammy there. So, the 1-shot 1-kill does miss. Hammy is forced to go back. He picks up the tension bow and is now back in the lane, farming up. Poison Shiv returning his health to safe levels. Evil has now got to level 7. Blast Hammer was used, as well as the Stuffed did miss in that last fight. So maybe maybe that fight could have gone a little more on Rogue's side if they find the ultimate in the next fight. We do have the on-hit Grumpjaw proc build completed here as far as the damage. Zax's looking to push up some lane. Unsuspectingly, they do take the gold miner, and that is going to be Rogue forced to come up and defend the turret now.
Yeah, nice gold mine take there. Going to get them a little bit extra gold, but Evil eating a lot of damage as they do rotate up, save the turret. Not really much damage going down onto it. Misfits trying to pressure, trying to get some poke onto Hammy or Pawn would be ideal. These Winter Spires not quite connecting, but Evil does need to be careful. He's starting to get pretty low. It looks like members of Rogue are going to be backing off. This will give an opportunity to Misfits to try and siege up if they decide to stick around. But at some point, they have to be aware that they need to go and clear out the jungle as well. It looks like they're going to steal away this mid-treant Demon. We'll be able to get that unscathed. Let's get stunned up, and now members of Rogue looking to rotate onto him. He's going to be eating a ton of damage and is blown up on the original with those on-hit builds, able to get the burst required to find the kill.
Yeah, and that's a dangerous situation to be in for sure when 2 tension bow procs, an aftershock proc, and the raw damage that comes out of the Grumpy ability when overdriven with full living armor stacks. The fortified health on Rhyme is not going to save you.
So now they're going to be looking to try and push up on this turret, maybe sticking around too long. Kestrel is able to do a lot of work. The Divine Intervention comes out and heals up Zax. Zax's going to continue chasing onto Hammy. One more Glimmer Shot is all he needs. Pawn is also running for the hills and will actually get away from Eco. So now everyone on Rogue is recalling except Evil, who is in a very risky situation, but he's able to survive, gets underneath the turret. And it's just going to be trying to keep these minions away from the turret. But two of them are already on there, so Misfits, they don't care. They're just going to go ahead and take the turret down with that barrier stripped away. Active Camo does get a stun onto Pawn. Zax is going low, but they can't really get onto him. Just the resonance bounces as they take down Demon. And again, if they can use this Grumpjaw to focus Demon, focus out this Rhyme, that is a big advantage for Rogue.
It is, and Demon actually died while casting the Valkyrie in that last fight. Zach's doing a great job avoiding the Merciless Pursuit, dropping that active camo every time he sees Evil coming in on that Catherine. However, Evil has completed a contraption, and every time Zax does use that active camo, he's been dropping a Scout Trap or a Flare, so as these fights go on, it's going to get more and more dangerous for Zax, as Pawn the Original is showing a lot of dominance, diving that back line.
And Demon, I'm interested in looking at Demon's build a little bit more in depth. They went for the Shatter Glass first. Very frequently with Rhymes, we see Eve of Harvest come out as the first item. So he was trying to just get as much damage out up front as possible. Obviously, the more damage you deal, the more fortified health you get. But typically, Rhymes like to go and get that Eve of Harvest so that they can have the extra sustain in team fights. Use that fortified health with the lifesteal. It becomes that much more effective. Now that's going to be a blast tremor. It did go blocked, and now Hammy and Evil Pawn jumps in, gets the stuffed, but gets taken out. Zax is doing some huge work and is going to find the second kill for the team. Misfits able to win that fight decisively.
Misfits does win that fight. Zax is sitting up 2-0-1. Has his third offensive item completed. Hammy has gone all the way into a Metal Jacket and has also opted to go with the Poison Shiv Tension Bow Breaking Point this build. So Zax, as he goes into his fourth item, is going to have a massive amount of damage if he's able to find Hammy.
All right, so now with Rogue, I'm starting to feel a little bit of pressure perhaps off that fight. Obviously, they looked so dominant in game number one. Misfits were able to come back strong in game number two. Echo for Grace. This is something that Eco has done before. Take this Grace, put an Echo on it, double Divine Intervention. You can save an ally, let the fight continue, save an ally again, and still have that fountain available as well. It's going to become so difficult for Rogue to actually take down Zax, who's very likely to be the target of these double Divine Interventions, because he is very squishy. It's just going to enable this 4 offensive item Kestrel build.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to point out that chat has alerted me to, actually, is that Demon has gone with Pawn the Original's Rhyme build here with the Shatterglass first. So Demon apparently taking notes from Rogue's practice.
That's it didn't work out initially, but it's starting to come to fruition now. 13 or 14 minutes into this game. And they are going to be, things starting to pick up the pace. 14 minutes in, that means Kraken is up in 1 minute's time. These teams are very, very even. It's just about 1,000 gold that separates them. And Fusion's going to start getting picked up. This on-hit Grumpjaw, going to look for a target. They've been focusing onto Demon. Zax is really the big damage threat at this stage, having 3 offensive items completed.
Yeah, but with the Echo on Eco here.
Oh, here we go. Bond jumps in, gets right onto the Kestrel, and Zax is just gone. Now they can turn their attention onto Demon or Eco, and it is not going to be looking very good. That's 1 Divine Intervention. Actually, both Divine Interventions were used, and it's not enough to save Misfits. And now Rogue is just going to be going right onto this turret, trying to take it down. Evil has to tank it up. He gets a little bit too low, has to back off, and now they are going to be able to get that turret, steal away some of this jungle. Need to be careful. Zax has respawned, so they don't want to stay too long and give a kill right back over. But that was exactly the fight Rogue was looking for.
It was indeed, and that Grumpjaw coming over the wall there, finding Zax. Zax having, very little defense for how late in the game we are. He is going for that fourth item here onto the Kestrel, potentially a tornado trigger, it appears. Hammy has completed a second tier 3 defense item, though. He has the Aegis and the Metal Jacket completed. And again, we don't have any War Treads yet out of Eco here on this Grace yet, so the tier 1 boots on Demon are up, ready to go, but that is a long cooldown, and Demon really needs the boots to be able to engage on Hammy over and over again. That's something that we see Pon when he plays this rhyme. He rushes that tier 3 boots so that every single fight you can get to that backline, lock down that carry. This, for example, this game is Hammy on this Fox, who is doing a great job dancing around the fights. So hopefully Demon will put a little bit of gold here in soon to upgrading those boots. See, the boots are used there and are now on a 2.5 minute cooldown, and that is not good. That is not going to help you get to the back line.
Not at all. Everyone kind of grouped up around the middle of the map. Looks like Rogue is trying to rotate around Misfits. They have a chance to get onto them, but they'd have to be very careful. Crystal Sentry would get involved if they look for a fight here. Obviously, Misfits know where they are. They've been sort of rotated, but it's just going to be Rogue pushing the minions into the turret and then backing away. So the minions are going to do a tiny little bit, but now where does Rogue try and go from this? It looks like we are going to get a pause. Demon hasn't really been moving too much, and so once we get that taken care of, we want to make sure that we have as fair of a matchup as possible, especially with how much is on the line here.
Yeah, definitely going into a game 3 as well. So, going to be interesting to see who comes out on top here. It's been very back and forth thus far. We do have a little bit of a turret and kill advantage on the side of Rogue. But Zach's, getting closer and closer to completing this fourth offensive item. I wouldn't be surprised if Misfits does find a fight here. And now that the Kraken's up, this weapon Kestrel is able to take the Kraken very, very quickly with this rhyme. So if Misfits can find the positioning in a fight and take a fight, then they could potentially swing this game back in their favor.
They absolutely could, but right now, and this game is 100% up in the air, as it's really can go either way. These fights are so close, back and forth. We have gone all throughout these first 17 minutes of this game 3. We are going to get unpaused. Demon is moving. That's a good thing to see. Now, again, Infusion's going to be pretty much bought constantly. We're starting to get close to that point where full builds are completed. Hammy is full build on this Vox, which this is one thing that we haven't really seen a lot of teams start doing yet. Hammy is full build. He does need to get up to 500 gold for the infusion, but at this stage of the game, Hammy should stop farming. Every single bit of gold should go onto Pon or Evol so that they can get themselves up to the full build as quickly as they can. Pon's going to start soloing out this Kraken. It looks like they're just trying to force Misfits into coming in and trying to engage onto them, though.
Indeed they are, and Hammy, being full build and infused, definitely looking to fight here before that infusion drops off. He is cleaning up a bit of farm here, making sure he has gold for his next infusion.
Pon's going to try going in. There comes a stun from the Holy Nova. They are fully engaged. Zax is taking a lot of damage. Divine Intervention will come out. The active camo does land a stun. Pon can no longer be involved in this fight. It's going to be the first kill. Evol falling. Hammy trying to do what he can. Crystal Sentry's involved, but Hammy's got a double. He's going to work on this Grace. He's got a triple kill, an ace for Rogue, and they can now take so much off of this with ace buff minions already here. That turret falls. They've got 20 seconds left, and Pon and Hammy are going to look to end this game.
Indeed they are, and that breaking point stacking up so well in that last fight. Hammy does find the damage, and that, my friends, is going to be Rogue going on to the challenge battles.
What a game. What a fight. Rogue just pulling the trigger. Hammy was fighting essentially on his own for a little bit down the stretch there, but he had so many breaking point stacks and was able to dish out the damage, surviving through 2 divine interventions from Eco. and able to get the team fight victory. What a game for Rogue, and they are, as you said, Denamine, now qualified for the challenge battles coming up next week.
Yeah, and Hammy doing very, very great at that Vox in the last game. 206 farm in just shy of 19 minutes. Again, the Poison Shiv Tension Bow breaking point build scaling up so heavily in that last fight. You know, we did have a lot of sustain from Eco on this Grace with the Echo and the Fountain, but that just allowed Hammy to ramp up so quick as the team focused on the Grumpjaw and on the Catherine, and that's really what you can't do if you're fighting into a Vox with a breaking point. You can't allow him to scale up that heavily. So if they would have found Vox earlier on in that last fight, you know, the dual proc Grumpjaw is a lot easier to deal with. Vox is able to find the triple kill, and they push for the win.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild. I mean, and you look at not that many kills here on the game, and considering it was 18 minutes, these teams playing with a lot of respect for each other. But definitely the kind of matchup I think we came out here to see. Rogue clenches it, and that is it for as far as the top 3 teams. But we have kind of some exciting news. The Immortals versus Tribe game has gone to game number 3. They have not played it yet. So we're going to take a quick break, very, very short, as we get prepped to jump into that matchup. As game number 3 here, another one as these teams go back and forth. Just goes to show you guys how close these teams really are, and this is one of the most intense challenge battles we've seen. We've seen so many game 3s during the playoffs these past 2 days. The skill gap across these 8 teams were very, very close. All right, we're gonna take a quick break, everybody. When we come back, though, just guys be ready. Game number 3, Tribe Gaming versus Immortals. It's one that some of you guys were hoping to see. Well, now you're gonna get to see it.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Welcome back, everybody. As we get underway here, we're actually going to be jumping up to a matchup that we weren't sure we'd be able to show you guys today, but it did go to game 3. It is Immortals versus Tribe in the winners bracket, and this one going the distance as well. As I think a lot of people expected Immortals just to roll over all these teams. It's really been anything but. They've played very, very well, but they have met a few challenges, and now they're up against their next one, Tribe Gaming. We'll just have to see how game number 3 goes, because both game 1 and 2 split between the two of them. So definitely, I'm a little bit surprised myself. Was expecting, you know, Immortals to be close game, but to be able to handle Tribe. But Tribe showing up really big here today.
They indeed have, and this is game number 3 that we are moving into. So Tribe and Immortals both sitting up on 1 win. They are both already secured into going into the Challenger battles. So this is more of a game for pride and for prize pool.
This is true, but there's a lot this to be said about the prize pool. Of course, there is the prestige of being the #1 team for the split, and it carries a lot of weight going into the Vainglory 8. If you can make it into the Vainglory 8, saying, "Yep, I beat all the teams, and did it quite, you know, handedly, maybe even dominantly." And Immortals up to this point really have, but they have run into a few speed bumps along the way. And it's hard to say if some of that's because they are holding some of their strategies for challenge battles, because that's really what they care most about going into this season. But you know, what we've seen a lot of is Immortals, specifically T-Tigers, playing about a 2 to 3 heroes during the jungle and sticking to those heroes and playing them very well.
Indeed they have, and again, you know, for most of the Challengers series in general, Immortals has not shown that many compositions. We did see them have to branch out a little bit as the playoffs started going into the double ban. We did see T-Tigers put on a awesome performance on that Crystal Kestrel the other day. So, you know, definitely a strategy that Immortals had this whole time. You know, they ran their comfort, they ran the Vox and Koshka, and you know, they were able to hide everything all season long, and that really going into this double ban gives no clarity on any team on what you've been practicing. And you know, it's just been a great strategy for Immortals, and we do have the Grumpjaw coming off on the first ban here.
Yeah, I do know that Tribe did try to ban Koshka and Kestrel against Immortals game 1. They lost that game, so maybe that's not the strategy either. Is right? Wow, Gray's coming out here, first pick by Immortals. You know, not surprising to see a support pick first. It is a pretty safe pick, but it definitely is a statement to see when you see it get through the draft. Again, we're seeing Vox banned on B side. We're seeing that tends to be a consistent trend by some of these teams.
Indeed it has, and this is definitely something that I expect Max Green to do very, very well on. The Lyra does get picked up on B side for Tribe. Now, Max Green is just a very, very aggressive captain in general. They do ban away the Koshka from T-Tigers. Now, this is a huge, huge targeted ban, but T-Tigers has such a vast hero pool that even though you've taken him off of this Koshka, you have to be scared of him picking up this Baptiste or picking up this Kestrel. Or you know, we've even seen him have a pretty substantial jungle glaive in the past. Yeah, not necessarily this season, but
they go with the Samuel ban instead. I didn't see game number 2, guys. I can't tell you if this is somewhat of a reaction to that, but with Glaive still up, this is actually tough. You've got Baron and Glaive, and with you know, neither team picking junglers or Sakaris, your Tribe's actually going to have to pick one of those two and give the other one up. And I actually feel like Glaive might be a better pick here. That aggression in the jungle is something you just don't want to go and give over to T-Tigers.
Indeed, it's not, and especially since one thing that we know Zeo is also known for is that scarf. So it would be T-Tigers not only on a glaive in the jungle, but very likely a weapon glaive in the jungle, which is an absolutely terrifying thing to think of. And they do lock in the Baron.
They do. There's a few other picks here that we could see Immortals go for that would give him some of that, a little bit of aggression. Kestrel is still available. We have seen that played quite a bit here in the Challengers. Idris is coming out. That's likely for Zeo in the lane, potentially. Now our question is...
It is very likely for Zeo in the lane. I know he's been practicing this hero a lot, and he has gotten very, very good on this hero as well. So Idris definitely one hero that is very good into Baron, and with Grace giving that added sustainability, I definitely think this is going to be a Crystal Kestrel in the jungle for T-Tigers, who had a huge performance yesterday on it.
Yeah, I am curious if we will see then Stas pick up the glaive here. Like we said, Kestrel is definitely one of T-Tiger's top heroes. He's played when he hasn't been on Koshka and Kestrel's available, has picked Kestrel. The amount of early poke he gets, he goes CP. It is really hard to deal with, but we are going to get into bonus time here as Tribe thinks about this a little bit longer. I want to see if I can try to pull up game number 2 here real quick, just to give an idea. It may lay into some evidence on why we are seeing Tribe very reluctant to go with the glaive here in this composition. Taka is going to be Assassin, which will allow him to get to the back line. A little risky, though, because Idris can, can get maneuver around very easily as well. But it is a Crystal Kestrel, so if you can get on top of the Crystal Kestrel, Kestrel is going to have a hard time getting away.
Indeed, she is, and I really, with the Baron already selected in, that's going to really force you into either going double weapon into this Grace or going with the utility glaive. And with the mobility that Idris has and the ability for his Shimmer Strike to make him untargetable, I just don't think the utility glaive works too well here. So I definitely like the Taka pickup, and this is something that we see EA run a lot, is the Lyra Baron Taka. Taka is able to jump in, nuke somebody down, and then Baron is able to commit very quickly and follow up with the jump jets double shot, and it typically takes someone off the map immediately. But with Grace being introduced to the fold, with that divine intervention, reducing damage by a percentage, and then providing that burst heal at the end, I definitely think that you have to be very coordinated with your burst from Taka and Baron. Otherwise, you're going to lose everything. Once Crystal Taka has engaged, he's lost all of that damage. And then, same thing with Baron. Once he's jumped in with that jump jets, he's already committed. His escape is burned. And then you have Idris and Kestrel just ready to go.
Yeah, the key is, though, if you could avoid some of that early burst from the Glimmer shots, you could dodge some of that. Kestrel will be in a little bit of a tough spot. She will run out of arrows, and if she can't active camo because damage is on top of her, Taka's great at doing that. It will be unfortunately not good for that. So interesting to see. I'll see how this Taka plays into Kestrel. We've seen otherwise T-Tigers absolutely annihilated the jungle and Kestrels, and Taka's not a hero that's great from playing from behind.
It indeed is not, and going into a T-Tigers Kestrel is a very, very scary thing. We know Status has proven himself in the past as such a amazing jungler. Huge performance at Worlds. They did make it into the top 4 with Status being a jungler. He's playing for Gangstars at the time, so definitely somebody who can compete at the top with the best. We'll just have to see if it's good enough for this stacked Immortals roster.
We will indeed. We are heading into the fold, ladies and gentlemen. We're taking it off game number 3 here. Tribe Gaming versus Immortals. Who's going to come on top? I'm going to hand it over to you and Tasty. Carry us on.
All right. Thank you very much, Dragonborn. We are going to be getting on to the fold for game number 3 between Immortals and Tribe. Like Denominator has mentioned, both of these teams have already qualified for the challenge battles. So this game in particular is just to determine who is guaranteed a first or second place finish, and who will have to fight for that spot in the finals. And so with Mixi and Dienzio on these 2 very hard carries, this is going to be a really entertaining one to watch. 2 very mechanically gifted players, and obviously they're both going to be looking to farm up and get to the mid to late game where they really start to get a ton of damage out. T-Tigers and Status, I think this actually may be the matchup to watch, though, because where these junglers are able to make an impact and when is going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, and we know the Kestrel definitely has an impact a lot sooner. A lot of burst damage and a lot of piercing damage, too, as those Glimmer shots pass through. They do the bonus crystal damage past the target, whereas we're really going to have to wait for Status to hit that level 5, level 6 point where the damage starts to ramp up, especially at level 6 once you get that the X-Retsu. We see T-Tigers. This is something he's very, very good at. He rotates up very, very early to get some poke down, and we see Mixi jumping out incredibly quick here.
Yeah, Mixi looking to get some early damage done with those jump jets, and staying safe while dishing out the damage is the real key early on for both the Baron and this Idris, as both of them are fairly weak in the very early stages of the game, so not really going to be too much threat from the opposing laner. but they are both, again, once they hit those power spikes, can really bring it.
Indeed, and Idris is incredibly good into Baron in my opinion and most people's opinion. It's again, your ability to make yourself untargetable jumping onto Baron, chaining those chakrams is absolutely huge burst potential onto Baron, and even if he jumps away, you are going right with him, and that's definitely something that Dienzio is going to be able to capitalize on. The only thing is Crystal Kestrel is not the best hero into Baron. However, if you can get around the fight and get your damage around Status and E36, then you can definitely find some huge Glimmer Shot damage coming onto Mixi.
Yeah, and the big thing is that getting on to the Baron, just jumping straight onto him and blowing him up is one of the big ways to deal with a Baron. It's a lot easier sounding than it actually is to do, but Dienzio could be in some trouble here with Status rotating up. They're gonna find the first blood. That Chitin is able to secure it. Status so well known for these aggressive early game junglers, and that right there is an example of why.
Indeed, and again, Status definitely somebody who can compete at the top, and he's coming in and showing it with that early aggression. He is going into it, looks to be the Storm Crown weapon blade, very likely picked up for clear or possibly going into a double proc Taka build. Now, this is something that they could go in an attempt to just delete T-Tigers. But again, if you get baited into a Crystal Kestrel trap on a Taka of all heroes, you are incredibly squishy, and you are going to get very likely two-shot if you get hit by a active camo.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen some Kestrels even be able to put down 2 active camo fields and on top of each other and catch someone out right there and just one-shot certain heroes. And Taka is one of those ones that's very squishy. He's going to build a little bit of early defense just to be able to deal with the off chance of getting caught by an active camo, trying to get some vision control. Status doing a little bit of vision work himself because obviously E36 wants to hang out up in this lane as long as possible with Mixi in order to get that going. That's going to be a nice move here from T-Tigers, but Mixi sniffs that out a bit and jump jets himself out to safety.
He does. T-Tigers already level 6 and Status is getting there, so this is a big spike for both of the junglers. That one shot, one kill, obviously able to snipe somebody from afar and do a massive amount of damage, as well as the extra Retsu coming in for Taka is a huge positioning tool, as well as a huge burst tool, especially since he already has this heavy prism built.
Yeah, it's interesting that he went for the heavy prism first. A lot of times we see Taka go for a Stormguard banner or a Storm Crown into an Aftershock, but with the heavy prism, Status very likely going to end up with a Shatter Glass, so just going for the flat burst damage, just being able to stick that damage onto a target and keep it there. Obviously, as they rotate up, going to get spotted by these flares and scout traps. Vision going to be so important this game. Between having a Taka and a CP Kestrel, it is all about vision and making sure you know where your opponents are at all times.
Indeed, and that's something that Immortals is usually very good at, is clearing out vision. And we've seen it so far is Grace is very, very good at clearing out scout traps in the early game. Typically we see most heroes want to get that tier 2 boots, gives them the mobility to get away from a scout trap so they don't take the damage. Grace doesn't need that. Grace just goes right over them because of her move speed. And again, look, Max Green going so far out, cleaning out the vision, putting down vision of his own. He's such a smart captain. And actually, somehow E36 manages to step right past that scout trap without setting it off. However, Status is going to get spotted out by it. And no Glimmer Shot damage to be found.
Taking a lot of damage. Grace going in with the Idris. That's one of the big things. Grace can follow up or be followed up by an Idris. They can charge in. Once level 6 comes out from Max Green, it's going to be Dienzio able to stick around these fights even longer because the Divine Intervention will be able to keep him fighting in the thick of things. So it's definitely going to be a concern for the side of Tribe once Max Green finishes up this level. He's almost there and should be able to hit that in the next 20 seconds or so. Get himself up to having that ability unlocked. But Status, again, trying to jump in, get a little bit of damage down. E36 and Mixi both taking a lot of damage from T-Tigers in these Glimmer shots now that he has a Shattered Glass complete.
Yeah, and again, T-Tiger's incredibly accurate with these Glimmer shots. He just really, it's very rare that we see T-Tigers miss a skill shot. Very, very efficient player, very, very accurate in everything that he does. And again, this is going to be a difficult matchup, the Crystal Caster going into Baron. But if he's able to use his mobility and invisibility to his advantage and get around the side of the fight and prevent E36 from blocking any of the damage, then, again, Barons build 4 offensive items. They're typically not going to have defense until very, very late in the game. These Glimmer shots could easily blow up Mixi before he even knows what's going on.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because if both Idris and Kestrel decide to go on to Mixi in this Baron, he's very likely to only end up having 1 defensive item. And so one of those 2 is going to be able to just have untouched damage dished out onto him. So it's going to get very, very risky for Mixi to move around if they don't have this vision control to spot out T-Tigers when he tries to rotate through and get these, sneaky positions on the side or behind Tribe, which you got to expect they're going to be looking to try and get him into.
Indeed, and something we'll definitely see out of E36 here is very likely a contraption in the near future, as well as carrying a couple flares around with him. Now, he'll probably use the contraption mostly for scout traps, but then if you keep 1 proc of that contraption ready to go with flares, you actually don't have to wait for that 5-second cooldown on the flare, and that can really allow you to single out T-Tigers and not give him anywhere to go.
Mixi dropping the Ion Cannon ultimate, not really going to be finding its mark. And Immortals, again, the wave clear battle. Obviously, Mixi on this Baron is going to be able to clear out waves fairly quickly, but so are Dienzio and T-Tigers. So as they try and siege up, the waves just get cleared out immediately, and not really many options for sieging going to be available to either team. Mixi jumps forward, looking to get some damage onto Dienzio, but they're going to sell for some damage on the turret. Here comes Status jumping on through. Max Green flies in from the brush as well. It's going to be a 1-shot landing onto E36. This will push Tribe away from the turret, but they got some good damage down.
Yeah, and Max Green actually came in and looked to get the Holy Nova down onto Status as he made his escape on that Taka. But excellent timing out of Status. Actually uses the Kaiten to flip over the Holy Nova. He makes it out unstunned and undamaged.
Yeah, it's actually very difficult to land a Holy Nova onto a Taka, because as long as he has that Kaiten available, he should never actually get hit by it. He can just flip over Grace and get out to safety. Or if there's another enemy nearby, just throw down an X-Retsu and have the movement speed of the Kaku available as well. So there's definitely it should be pretty difficult for Max Green to actually land a big game-changing Holy Nova. Right now, it's going to be Status looking for this kill on to Max Green. Portal forward. They really want this, but the heal's going to come through from the fountain, and instead it's Dienzio able to find the kill onto Mixi. Status still trying to hunt down this Grace. Will eventually get it, but E36 is going to be the next victim, and now Status will use the Kaku and get out to safety, but a 2-for-1 fight in favor of Immortals.
Yeah, and such a beautiful play coming out of Max Green there. He actually turned around and committed to dropping that Holy Nova at the end of the portal. The whole enemy team came in, and boom, there went down a triple stun, and Dienzio was able to find a chakram through all of his enemies, as well as T-Tiger landing a couple Glimmer shots, and Mixi did drop very, very quickly despite going in at full health.
Yeah, so excellent fight there. Excellent awareness from Max Green. That's one of the great things about Grace when you're up against the Lyra is if you can start the Holy Nova early enough, once the portal comes through, that's when you're very likely to actually hit every single target, because they just don't have the opportunity to use any ability to dodge it out once they come through the other side of the portal. Now Dienzio up in the lane, again, going to be looking to harass, try and get some damage onto E36. Despite the fact that it's a Lyra, the damage from this Idris, now that it has the 2 items, has the divergent paths unlocked, it's going to be able to dish out a lot. Well, the Divine Intervention does come through. They're trying to get onto Mixi. 1 shot will sneak its way through and take Mixi out. E36 gets hit by that chakram. Has to be careful now. 3 members on 1 because Status is down in the jungle. Turret gets destroyed. Are they going to look for a fight? It looks like Max Green wanted to, but the rest of Immortals are already backing out.
Yeah, and Immortals looking very, very good thus far in the game. First turret is down for them. That is a huge positional advantage. Only about a 2,000 gold lead, and Status has completed the Shattered Glass now. So that is going to be a lot of burst damage that comes out of this Taka. However, T-Tigers, man, already 2 Shattered Glasses on this Kestrel is going to be putting out a huge amount of damage, and we'll very likely have to see E36 prioritizing a little bit more shield if he's going to be baiting out some Glimmer shots, or Status working towards a Aegis in the near future.
And again, Mixi still sitting on no defense, so if anyone from the side of Immortals gets onto him, he just gets melted. Especially with D'Enzio now having that breaking point, he's just going to get stronger and stronger as these fights go on. He's been able to survive quite well in the last few skirmishes with some assistance from Max Green. Status is lurking here, looking for an opportunity to get in. As they want to try and find this fight, perhaps. It's going to be active camo traps put down by T-Tigers. No one's going to come through. Mixi taking a lot of damage, but they're trying to blow him up. They get T-Tigers, but D'Enzio is so healthy in the thick of things. Finds 1 kill, finds a second. Now Status is going to take out Max Green, and it's a 1-on-1. Status has that Kaku, though. He goes invisible, gets out to safety. He's going to re-engage, though, onto D'Enzio. D'Enzio, though, has so much damage. This is risky. They are going to kill each other. It is a double ace, and both teams will get some ace buff minions.
Both teams will get some ace buff minions, and both teams will lose some ace buff minions, but that is Immortals minions making it all the way to the turret. Mixi does find a little bit of gold, but T-Tigers finds a big hit onto the turret. Just a little extra hit there as the minions had the shield down. And what a awesome play out of Status and D'Enzio there. Both committing to the fight, and unfortunately it looked like D'Enzio got the kill, and the mortal wound bleed damage from Taka was able to take D'Enzio down before the ace effect ticked in.
Wow, what a team fight. A double ace coming through. It's not very common of an event in Vainglory. I think we only seen it, like, I can probably count on my hands how many times we've seen double aces occur in competitive events. Kraken has awakened. We are 15 minutes in, and it is a 2,000 gold lead for the side of Immortals. Let's sort of take stock of where we are. Take a look at these item builds. And we're getting close to full builds on these carries. Mostly just have their boots and maybe 1 or 2 other item slots to finish up. And junglers, T-Tigers just has so much crystal power. No defense for T-Tigers. However, so when he does get targeted, like they happened in that last fight, he just gets melted. D'Enzio's going in onto Mixi. Mixi jumps away, but D'Enzio follows him through with that ultimate. That's what we were talking about earlier. There's going to be a divine intervention healing him up. Status is going to fall, has nowhere to go due to T-Tigers just bursting him down. And now E36, the lone member left standing, but this turret cannot have the same said about it as it goes down, and Immortals can make their way right over to the Kraken.
Indeed they are, and they easily have the damage to do so, especially with nobody being available on the side of Tribe here, with the exception of E36. And he does not have a lot of damage, but we have seen Lyris steal it away with a Imperial Sigil before. That one unfortunately does not do so. However, he does find damage onto T-Tigers and Max Green, which does prevent their Kraken buff.
It does, but it is still going to be Kraken Unleashed, making its way. E36, I'm really surprised they didn't pull the trigger on trying to take E36 out there. That would have been absolutely huge, but not knowing where the rest of Tribe was probably what made them not go for that play. Obviously, we get the advantage of being able to see where everyone is. An Echo for Max Green on this Grace. It's going to have the double divine interventions available. And as they try and push onto the choke point turret, lots of damage has been done to the Kraken. It's actually already down to half health, but now Immortals are going to be pushing in. One shot does not connect onto Mixi. This turret is going to fall. Tons of damage on the T-Tigers. He's going to have to try and reposition as he gets the divine intervention. Is the Echo going to be used on it? Hasn't been used just yet. Looks like they're going to back off, and that's very, very smart. If Max Green can save the Echo usage, then that's a big cooldown that they don't have to spend. But now Tribe is looking to chase, and they're going to be taking a lot of damage. Status has to get himself out of there. E36 is going to get taken out, and now it is going to be Immortals looking to find this fight. That's an ace coming through. Dienzio will get the ace buff healing to keep him alive, and the Crystal Sentry cannot find that kill. And now, with 25 seconds on the shortest death timer, Immortals are looking to push in. No minions needed, as the damage from T-Tigers and Dienzio is massive. They're looking to end this game.
They indeed are, and Max Green using the Echo actually on the Holy Nova there. He now has it up for this next fight, uses it on to Dienzio to prevent some of that incoming damage, and that is going to be game 3 going over to Immortals. 11-5, 18-minute game.
What a game. Great showing from Tribe, but just unfortunately for them, unable to overcome this Dienzio Idris. It was a really well-played game from both sides, but it will be Immortals that are guaranteed one of the top 2 seeds, and it's Tribe that has to drop down and face off against the members of Rogue to see who will be third and who will be facing Immortals for that number 1 spot.
Yeah, the grand finals just moments away. What a performance. Immortals really showing that they could go the distance. This was very close, down to the wire. These two teams, especially the jungle, we've talked about Immortals has really been the number 1 jungler for most of this Challengers. Every team he's gone against. And to see them go against Rogue would be great. Pondy Rigel is a very strong jungler as well. But Status Bakes, he is that jungler. Probably one of the best junglers in Challengers. And I'm sure T-Tigers is going to be excited to be able to start to take that crown away from him if they can get the number 1. We are going to take a quick break, everybody. Now we have to get ready for our next series. It's going to be the Elimination Round Finals, Rogue versus Tribe Gaming. We're going to see who's going to make it to the Grand Finals to go up against Immortals. It could be a rematch. We'll see after the break, guys, in a few moments.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for the for the finals here for the elimination round. And it is Tribe going up against Rogue. This is a matchup that this is going to be really, really intense as these two teams look to battle out to see who could make it to the grand finals against Immortals. I'm sure Tribe would like another shot at it, but they're going to have to go through Rogue, who's been playing really, really good. It's getting knocked down here by Tribe. So we'll have to see how it works out. Of course, I am Dragonboard, your host for tonight, joined by Denominate and Tasty Bacon, and we are looking to get into this matchup here in just a few moments. Tasty, what are some of the things that we really should look out for between these two teams? I mean, we've seen a lot of action between them already. Both of them playing some of the best Vainglory we've seen in Challengers, but now going head-to-head, the 2nd and 3rd seed. What is there to watch?
Well, I mean, this is going to be another super close game, and it looks like we're going to have a long night because I can definitely see this going to a game 3. These teams incredibly, incredibly close as far as skill. I do want to give a slight edge to Tribe. You've got huge names on the side of Tribe. Status, Mixi, both very revered players. Mixi being a world champion, Status placing very high in the Worlds tournament that we had at the end of last year. And again, Status has been playing with E36 for so long. There's just such a large amount of synergy on this team. But we've also seen Rogue been performing incredibly well. So definitely, definitely going to be another long game.
Yeah, it could be. It definitely has the makings to be a grueling matchup between these two teams. We'll have to wait and see. We've seen so much from Status and Pond. These are the two junglers going head-to-head. I think that really this match hinges on these two junglers. Who comes out on top? That is going to be something that's very critical to watch. We're taking a look. It looks like everyone is into the draft, so we are ready to go here in just a few seconds as Rogue versus Tribe and all the players get set here. Look at the draft, though. We've seen these teams start to change their practices. Vox now is becoming a critical ban. We have seen, Grumpjaw is really still pivotal, and so is Baron, but just the banning from the early rounds changed a little bit. I'm really curious to see how Rogue, though, dresses Tribe. You're going into Status. His jungle strong points. He can play almost everybody, but he has those aggressive preferences. And I'd like to see Rogue definitely either prioritize that or try to dictate it. They are going to be on A side since they're the higher seed.
The draft
Indeed,
begins.
and it's again just these teams are so close. It's going to be incredibly difficult to decide where they're going to go, as well as these teams have a very wide hero pool. We've seen Pond be very good on heroes like Samuel, on Ryan. We've seen Status on Glaives, Ronas in the past, Takas, Kashkas. It's going to be really interesting to see what they draft to counter each other. I think the Grace coming off the table very early here is a very, very smart ban. She's just very difficult to deal with, especially going into such just effective captains. Evol and E36, both incredibly efficient captains. And, I think that Grace is just such a universal hero right now. She really fits every play style that you don't want to give that over as a first pick on either side.
He's really strong. It's one of those bands where you've got several strong heroes. Grace is just one of those, but it is a support hero that opens up 2 carries first pick if you choose to go that way. The only risk of banning a support is it's safer to first pick support. So you now are forcing yourself, if you're going to take a Grumpjaw or Baron. Grumpjaw is removed. That leaves Baron or Vox. You're definitely dictating your draft, your composition earlier. But I think that, those Vox and Baron pick so often that win rates of them are so good that it's really hard to resist that even. Because Vox will be the first pick then for Rogue. Tribe now, they don't need to rush and take the Baron since you already know you got a Vox in the lane. Baron's probably not going to come off. You can kind of wait and focus on some of your jungle heroes.
Indeed, and Vox is definitely a strong pick in the meta here. We do see the Lyra come up, and now the second round of bans here is really where we're going to see probably your targeted bans. The Grumpjaw Grace coming off early. This is where you can really start to target your enemy's hero pool. So we'll have to see how that's reflected. Baron's obviously on the table, definitely a strong pick that you can take out here. So moving forward, we'll just have to see what route Tribe goes.
In time, Samuel ban comes out. That level 2 Samuel could be really difficult to deal with, especially if you're trying to be aggressive early. We saw it actually countering Akashka. Baron is going to be the ban, so Rogue does finally take that off the board, which I think is smart because they're not going to pick it at this point. Tribe is just basically set the pick it if they want. So I think it's a great call, but there's so many. I think that the lane pace is not as critical, and a Kestrel likely to be paid in the lane, but we have seen Kestrel played in the jungle specifically by Immortals.
Yeah, and again, these picks on B side, you really have to go with something that is flexible, because if you commit to somebody that can only be played in really one position effectively, like for example, let's pick up a Ringo on B side. Your enemy now has a very clear objective on how to counter the composition you're going for. I mean, I guess Ringo can be played in the lane or jungle. We have seen it in the past with some success. Ringo Fortress at one point was a very aggressive jungle duo. But again, just so early in the double ban draft here, it's very, very risky. So this Kestrel, we discuss constantly that it's so flexible, can be weapon, crystal, can be jungle or lane. So that really opens up a lot of possibilities for your last pick. And we do see the Celeste actually come out on the side of Rogue. So this looks like it's going to be upon the original Celeste, which if I remember, I don't think we've seen this one yet out of him.
No, not during the Challengers. This is a big surprise. And of course, we've seen Misfits. They love this composition. They like the Ardent Celeste. And I'll be honest, I don't know how I feel about it. There is that CC you offer, and of course it scales great into the late game, but it's a little squishy, and you're going up against potentially a lot of bursts. They could flex this Kestrel into the jungle, and early game that Celeste will have some issues dealing with it. Have to see what the last pick from Tribe is definitely going to tell us exactly how this composition is going to start fitting together, or likely to.
I definitely think you commit this Kestrel to the lane. I was going to say either a Kashka or a Taka into the Celeste can really shut her down early game. And they do lock in the Kashka now. This has its ups and downs. The burst damage definitely falls off really, really heavily into Arden. He can provide such a huge barrier, as well as the additional movement speed from the Vanguard, that if you have to find clean fights with this Kashka going into the late game, the Lyra will help her be able to sustain through the fights, heal her up. But, I mean, as the Celeste and Vox ramp up, it's going to get very, very difficult if the side of Tribe is not able to close this game out early.
Yeah, I agree, but it is Kashka, and its status is Kashka. This guy is a great aggressive jungler, perfect for this kind of spot, and I think that there's a little bit of a risk here. You're really telling Tribe, if you're Rogue, that you're okay letting them kind of walk over you for a little bit, and that's really risky.
It is indeed, and again, status is a very good Kashka, but we haven't seen Pawn on the Celeste yet. This could be something that they've been saving. Again, the Arden just functions really well into the Kashka as well. He can really negate so much of that upfront burst that Kestrel and Kashka are able to put out, as well as soak up a lot of those glimmer shots. He is a very tanky hero naturally, and again, it's going to be very difficult as this game goes on for status to engage safely.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are live into game number 1. This is the Elimination Finals, Rogue versus Tribe Gaming. I'm going to hand it over to Tasty Bacon and Denominate. Get us into this.
All right, thank you very much, Dragonborn. And one of these teams will be going on to face off against Immortals in the finals. One of them will be stuck with 3rd place. That's what this series will be all about, determining. Hammy and Pawn the Original, the 2 damage dealers for the side of Rogue, going to have their work cut out for them, because the early game pressure is likely to be the name of the game with status on this Kashka. This is one of his signature picks. He knows this hero inside and out. And you can see already he's looking to make a move into the opponent's jungle, but is not going to be able to find anything until these camps respawn. So this is going to suddenly get very, very precarious for both him and Pawn when Pawn rotates back down.
And he does try to steal away some farm, however, does not. He is staying back very, very far. Looks like Pawn is coming down here to try to find the Ancient Treant, but man, status being super sneaky. Looks like he's going to wait for this farm now. It is a little dangerous for him. He could get spotted out here, and it does look like Evol and Pan are going to see that, and instead of engaging on this aggressive Koshka, Pan is just going to go ahead and get down to the farm himself. I'm actually surprised we don't see Mixi, and actually there he goes right now. Mixi is coming down to try to find Pan here at the backs. However, he doesn't have any energy, so he's going to have to be careful here, especially with Arden rotating behind him right now. Yeah,
they're not necessarily looking to get Pan. They're just really looking to secure their own backs to try and make sure that Pan doesn't get as much gold. However, Pan had already taken the Ancient Treant in the middle of the map, so not being able to take that one lone back Treant is not going to stop him or really hurt him at all. And Status gets the steal of all of the opposing camps. Most of his camps get taken as well. So really no one comes out on top in that sequence of events. But now Status is going to be looking to continue to find Pan. He finds him out a little bit, has this nice move speed. Pan uses his boots to get away. Will that be enough to keep him safe, though, as Status has his abilities available? So obviously he's going to be able to get these movement speed boosts. Hammy is rotated down. The Treant does go over to Pan the original, and E36 gets caught out as the first casualty of this game.
First casualty, and giving it over to Hammy on this Vox, accelerating his progress towards this late game build that he's very likely going to be going for. I'm unsure if we're going to see him go for the very damage-heavy build with the Sorrow Blade, or if we're just going to see the Tension Bow, Poison Shiv, Breaking Point come out again. I do think either one really works well into the squishy composition that Tribe has. But again, if Mixi is able to complete a full Kestrel build, the Glimmer Shots, if he can find Pan the original or Hammy, are just going to chunk them out incredibly quickly.
Absolutely is. So that burst, again, the early game damage is going to be pretty effective coming out from Status and Mixi. If they can just find their targets. Hammy has already completed his tier 3 item. This is going to be actually Mixi choosing not to go down to the shop. Obviously wants to save up for his Sorrow Blade, and so is going to wait till he has that available. But E36 going down, grabbing the Fountain of Renewal as soon as the shop opens up. Evol already has one on the other side as well. So things going to be pretty even as far as the captains are concerned. But again, with the Poison Shiv already completed, Hammy can find some opportunities perhaps to play a little bit more aggressively, work on these minions without too much concern. Status just going to be finding Evol. No real trade's going to happen from that.
Indeed, and we are up 1-0 on the side of Rogue so far. Not a very aggressive game yet. We've seen Status be aggressive trying to engage in the jungle, but man, Pan's clear speed on this Celeste has just really allowed him to accelerate and get ahead. And Status does turn back and chooses not to go into the enemy jungle as he sees they have lost vision in the lane. And with no minions here, Mixi is going to have some difficulty having to push super far up to clean out this wave in an attempt to make Hammy miss on a couple of his own. And man, Pan already sitting up on 34 CS to 24 on Status. This is definitely where you want to be on a Celeste into a Koshka.
So now members of Rogue, and they have this early little advantage thanks to that first blood, but that's really the only difference between these teams. Tribe's going to try and come up, but a nice flare from Evol spots them all out, stops any potential engage attempt they may have been looking for onto Hammy. And so Status, this Koshka usually relies so heavily on getting an early lead. And right now, Rogue has done a very good job of shutting that down and making sure that Status is not able to just start snowballing this game out of control.
Indeed, and again, Rogue doing such a good job here in the early game. They find Status again trying to be aggressive in the jungle, and thus far it just has not worked out for him. Hammy does drop dangerously low here. In fact, they do find the kill. It does go over to E36, but a huge Solar Storm coming out upon the original does take out Mixi, who is on low health, and that is now 3-1 for the side of Rogue, but not really any gold advantage to follow suit on it.
So, yeah, able to find a few kills, but if you can't get objectives after the kills, they don't really increase the lead that you have. by all that much. Gives you a little bit of momentum, gives you a little bit of confidence as a team, but that's not what wins you the game. You can be as confident as you want. If you don't get those turrets down, you will not be walking away with a victory.
You will indeed not, and you don't want to be losing on this Koshka in the early game. Now, granted, Status isn't really behind too much in gold, and he has now completed the Aftershock and has his Yummy Catnip Frenzy ready. Pon the Original and Hammy both already have a Reflex block, as well as Evil being wealthy enough thus far to get a Crucible here at 7 minutes, and already has the Fountain as well.
Well, that Fountain, the Crucible completed, means Evil is going to be able to protect the team quite well. Now with the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, it does lock down Hammy. Hammy's going to be able to get underneath the turret. The Fountain comes out, and they've already killed Status. What a quick turnaround from Hammy with the help of that turret. Pon the Original wasn't even involved in this fight, and it's already a 1-0 in favor of Rogue.
Yeah, and again, I can't really stress how good of a position this is for Rogue to be ahead with the Vox and Celeste here in the early game. And I actually now just noticed we have the family trio on the side of Rogue. It just now clicked to me with that one, and they are now working on this gold mine. E36 looking to get a steal. It does not come out, and actually it looks like a Solar Storm was burned out upon the Original, and that is a long cooldown for the Celeste so far.
It really is. Celeste, still a minute-long cooldown, a minute on the cooldown of this gauntlet remaining as well. So it's going to be a little while before Rogue can really look for a fight, as Mixi, E36, and Status going to be happy about that fact because they have not been able to find the fights that they've wanted when they've looked for engagements themselves. Mixi, we're going for the Sorrow Blade breaking point on the Kestrel. So definitely looking towards the late game with this item build. Status obviously has the Aftershock and look to go in now, but Status taking a ton of damage, gets stunned up, gets silenced, and gets dropped. Hammy is going low, but so is Mixi. Mixi will be the next victim, and now E36, the lone member remaining for Tribe. Crystal Sentry is going to get involved, and E36 will be able to boost himself out of harm's way. This Rogue is are they going to go for the Sentry? Doesn't look like they want to, which is a little bit surprising. This is a great opportunity to get one of those Sentry deaths out of the way, but they are just going to be backing themselves out to the jungle. And again, they get the kills. That's great, but they don't really take anything in addition to those kills.
Yeah, and we talked about the Arden Vox earlier being such a huge combination because of the barrier that the Vanguard provides. The one-shot, one-kill for Mixi there did hit Hammy and did 0 damage because of the Vanguard barrier that Evil was able to give Hammy. So that is now a cooldown for Koshka. And again, it just prevents so much damage.
It really does. And the damage that they have coming out on the side of Rogue, when really Status is the one that jumps in. He's the only one that has the main ability to jump in. Rogue is just answering it so quickly and absolutely blowing him up. Between these Helios from Pon and just the burst of the Tension Bow breaking point, Poison Shiv, this is a big damage build on Vox that pretty much has become the standard. Actually going to try to get some damage down. Portal goes out. They've got a ton of damage on the Hammy, but he's able to stay alive. Status is running. The Fountain will keep him alive for now. But are they going to chase it through? Doesn't look like it. Looks like Rogue is finally going to decide to take an objective. No kills this time, but the turret is going to fall. Status, what are you doing? Status just giving a free kill over to Rogue. And now Rogue going to be able to push through the jungle and clean this out as well.
Yeah, and, definitely huge damage there coming out upon the Original, big damage spikes. We do see 5 kills on Hammy, but we can't take away from the fact that Pon is getting them low and Hammy is committing very, very hard. He has gone into the breaking point build on this Vox, and looking over at Mixi, he has also committed himself into a breaking point, and I'm just not sure with the way these fights are going that a breaking point is the way you want to go on this Kestrel. We really needed to see some more burst damage come out of Mixi. And, again, if you're in a battle of ramping up breaking point with a Vox, 9 times out of 10, unless if you get the jump on him, you are going to lose that battle to ramp up stacks just because of how fast Hammy is able to get attacks down.
And obviously the resonance bounces also helping with the speed of that breaking point ramp, as the damage that comes out helps. And now that's going to be the Treant contested, goes over to Pawn, and Rogue really starting to pull ahead in this game. You look at the gold, it's about a 4,000 lead that they have built up for themselves, and that's going to increase as they work on this gold miner. No one from the side of Tribe is going to be there to contest this. One shot's not going to get used. It's just an immense gold payout going over to Rogue, really for free, and they are just absolutely in the driver's seat.
They are, and again, we have a later game composition on Rogue, so for them to be coming out on top through the early and mid game is absolutely huge for them. And unless if Tribe can really just find a perfect fight, I'm not sure they're at a situation where they can come back at this point.
It's going to be tough, but they're going to try it right now. Status jumps in, is going to block the stun, but E36 actually got hit by a nice gauntlet. It's going to lock them all in, and Rogue are finding the kills. That's 2 more down. Mixi, the lone survivor, will be able to get away, but this is now Rogue able to pressure up on this turret. They have 1 minion with them. That's all you need to they had 2, but that's all you need to strip away the barrier on this turret. Pawn is going to make sure that turret gets destroyed, while Hammy rotates into the jungle, starts working on this Crystal Sentry, and will defeat it for the second time this game.
And that leaves it with only 1 life at only 13 minutes, sitting up 9-1 for the side of Rogue. And a lot of cooldowns were burned super early in that last fight. We've seen the Arcane Passage come in. We've seen the Bright Bulwark go down. We saw the Atlas land onto Hammy. But Status and Mixi were not close enough to get anything out of it. By the time Status went in, Hammy had already lost the effect of the Atlas on him. The Yummy Catnip Frenzy did get blocked trying to come out onto Pawn the original. And just like that, with all those cooldowns burned, the fight swinged right over to Rogue's favor in no time at all.
And that's really what's been happening all game long. E36 is going to take a little bit of damage. There's some big stacks being built up by Hammy, but not going to be able to follow up upon the original. A little bit too far away from the team for them to decide to make the decision to commit. And so, stacks wear off. Hammy is about to run out of his infusion, so you got to assume Rogue's going to look to top that up before they go for another fight. He actually instead finishes off his boots, so not going to be able to have an infusion for a little bit. He still needs about another 200 gold in order to pick up a level 11 infusion. And so Rogue, I mean, they've got to be feeling so comfortable and so confident with the way that this game has been going. They are firmly in control. They've been winning every single team fight and are now able to push through, kind of take whatever they want out of the Tribe Gaming jungle.
And, again, these fights looking so clean for Rogue. They haven't died in so long. Status was able to get the first blood on, or no, actually it was Hammy that got the first blood, but Status found another kill shortly thereafter. And Rogue's just been doing such a good job as a team. Pawn has now completed a Eve, a Broken Myth, and a Frostburn on this Celeste, and is doing absolutely huge damage. Evol sitting on a contraption now as well as War Treads, and Hammy is a full build Vox, and that is a dangerous thing you don't want to go into. And man, Koshka ult comes in over the wall and still gets blocked by Hammy. Hammy playing absolutely out of his mind right now, and that is going to be Status dropping on Koshka. And Evol, incredibly low on health, does somehow find his way out.
Yeah, what a block. Hammy, you said it right. Absolutely playing incredibly at this stage of the game. Really showing up big on this Vox. Rogue is going to go for this Kraken. E36, the only member alive, is not going to be able to try and contest this. And it's going to be Kraken unleashed in favor of Rogue. And get that healing buff coming through. They're going to go ahead and eliminate the Sentry while they're at it. So there is even less for the side of Tribe to have fighting with them if a fight were to break out in their jungle. Now, Kraken making her way down the lane. It seems very likely that we are even going to have a fight potentially break out in the jungle, because if Rogue can just win one more team fight, that should very well be the game.
It should indeed be the game, and, Celeste so good at hammering down these turrets with the Kraken there. Yummy Catnip Frenzy does come in. It does get blocked. The Core Collapse does miss, but Status with his cooldowns now burned is forced to back out of this fight. Vox down here clearing jungle. Hammy is going to find the damage, takes Status out. E36 is very likely to drop here next, and that should be game going over to the side of Rogue. Celeste Alt Solar Storm does come out there, hopes to get some damage on the turret, but the barrier's just too much. But they are going to win the game anyway.
And with Kraken on through these turrets, onto the Vein Crystal, and Rogue taking game number one very, very decisively. 14-1 is the kill count when all is said and done. And that was just a dominant performance by the members of Rogue. Hammy playing incredible, 9-1 and 5. Some of those reflex blocks on the Kashka were out of this world. Status 0-7-0, really just entirely unable to make an impact on this game. You can see in his gold, less than 10,000 gold total earned. I don't remember the last time I have seen a number that low in a competitive VG game.
Especially not on one of your carries, is the other thing. We actually had more gold in the pocket of E36.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a real rough match here for Tribe. They really didn't get into the rhythm at all, and it actually started with Status in the jungle. He was trying to be aggressive early and engaging. He had a few steals from camps, but really good play by Pawn. Counter jungled when it mattered. They were able to keep the gold close, and from there, Status didn't find anything. He wasn't able to find the damage, and this Celeste pick really worked out. Status would go in. There's a lot of chain stun that he had to contend with, but Hammy has to be the star of this match here. This is huge for Rogue. They got knocked down to elimination round by Tribe, and now they're looking to come in here and have a completely different statement altogether. And Rogue's looked better and better as the week's gone on, and so a lot of credit's got to go over.
Yeah, their coordination is looking absolutely huge right now. And, again, just they were able to win the early game against Kashka on Celeste, which is not something we would typically see. So definitely Pawn revealing that this is something that they've hidden throughout the tournament, because that was not a casual Celeste play. That was absolutely wonderful Celeste play out of him. Great play out of Hammy as always. This Rogue roster is just looking incredibly strong and is ready to get themselves into the challenger battles. And, they've really wanted for a while now to work their way back into the Vainglory 8, and this roster seems to have the potential to do so for sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely impressed. These guys have shown up today in a big way, and they're, now on the verge of possibly getting into the grand finals. We haven't seen Rogue and Immortals go head-to-head yet, so this would be a matchup that would be great to see, because I think with Pawn, the original in the jungle, similar to Tribe, you have that stronger jungle potential to go up against Sea Tigers. A lot of teams that have faced Immortals have not had the jungler needed to be able to pressure them whatsoever, and I think, Tribe had it, took them to 3 games. I think Rogue has that too in Pawn, the original, so really looking forward to see how this all plays out. Looks like we're ready to get into the draft, though, so we're really not going to wait any longer, as game number 2 is about to start.
Alrighty, and moving on to draft number 2 between Rogue and Tribe. And this has been a long day for Rogue. They've been playing since game 1. Well, I guess Tribe was also playing off stream for game 1, so it's been a long day for both of these teams. And whichever team does win here, looking to have an even longer night ahead of themselves.
Yeah, definitely potentially a long night, as we may get pretty late here, depending on how the best of 5 goes and how this game goes as well. Grace the first to come off. Tribe Gaming now taking a page from Rogue. I mean, Grace first is a great start for a lot of these teams. Don't reveal your hand on the carry side, so not banning it by Tribe, I think, was the right move.
I definitely agree. Getting this Vox off the table, they're definitely respecting the fact that Oh, he switched sides now. Okay, definitely respecting this. The fact that Vox is a very, very strong pick right now. Again, when we do see the Grace get through, we almost always see this Lyra get picked up because it is very likely to get banned away in the second round of draft.
Yeah, I think Rogue, though, you know, a lot of respect to Tribe, knowing that Vox is a really critical part of their victory with Hamby playing it. So taking it away was great. Kestrel ban comes out. That's definitely for Pawn. That still leaves Koshka here, but Rogue could still pick it up. You know, so like taking the Kestrel off the board just ensures that, you know, whatever they decide to go with isn't going to have to deal with that poke.
Yeah, and, you know, we fortunately do have a bit of bonus time here. They have some time to think about a second ban. I'm actually kind of surprised to see the Kestrel come off the board. I didn't feel like Mixie had really the best performance last game on the Kestrel. I feel like Rogue was really able to capitalize and get to that backline. And now this is definitely a respect ban coming out of the side of Tribe, not wanting Pawn to be able to get that rhyme for that last pickup. That is going to be Hammy getting this Baron, which he has done incredibly well on. With the rhyme ban, I definitely expected to see a more melee focused comp come out. It is a Samuel and an Idris. The Idris Grace combination is incredibly good into Baron, but this time around we do have the Lyra with the Bright Bulwark, and Samuel's really going to have a lot of difficulty as a lot of the fights happen in the lane to be able to find those Malice Verdicts past the minion wave. So this is going to be a very important last pick for the side of Rogue here. Now, there are a couple options that you can go here, but your main priority is going to be about being able to frontline some damage and allow this Baron to really get to the late game.
Did just see it really well into the Baron. Tribe game previously. Tribe now maybe taking a page from Immortals. Pressure that Baron, and of course, Idris has been a counter in a lot of matches. The Celeste pick comes out again. Rogue, they like this jungle pick here for Pawn, and this is like what you've mentioned for getting Pawn into the grand finals is something they want a matchup against Immortals, and they are pulling out some new looks here. And I'm really excited to see how this plays out. Baron, I think in the lane actually really offers a lot of sustained late game potential too. So Rogue's late game. With the Vox are strong, with the Baron it's even.
Yeah, and I do think this provides a lot of opportunity for siege damage, especially as Baron gets the points into his ion cannon and increases his basic attack range. Now, it also is a lot of difficulty running in a Celeste Baron composition into this Idris and Grace. Yes, there's a lot of nuke potential, but both Samuel and the Idris have a lot of mobility. You know, Samuel does get a little bit of increased movement speed when using Malice and Verdict. And obviously, we all know Idris just jumps around during the fight. So it's going to be if Pawn can find the damage with these Heliogenesis, as well as finding a core collapse would be absolutely huge. If they can get a core collapse onto Samuel, then both Celeste and Baron can commit onto Samuel and potentially take somebody out very early. But if it misses, then Idris has so much time to capitalize.
Well, we're getting into game number 2. Tribe Gaming now switched over here to A side, looking to take on Rogue. 1 point, though, already in favor of Rogue. We'll see if Rogue can take this and get their matchup against Immortals that we know they want. Handing it over to you, Denomine, and Tasty Bake.
All right, thank you very much, Dragon. We get on to the fold for game number 2. And Tribe, they need to win this one if they want to get another matchup against Immortals. Otherwise, they will be taking 3rd place. We already saw in Europe where the top 3 spots went to seeds 1, 2, and 3, respectively. And there's a chance that we could end up seeing something very similar if Rogue is able to take this series and this game against Tribe. Evol eating a lot of damage right off the bat. E36 tries to stop Pawn from being able to clear his entire jungle, but Pawn is going to get all of those camps without any difficulty. Shop camps, however, will be stolen away while Status comes down with E36 to take this Ancient Treant.
They are indeed, and Pawn definitely playing it safe, knowing how aggressive this Grace can be in the early game. He is going to give up the Ancient Treant there, and Status is going to clean up a bit of farm. Not sure if he's going to take the opportunity to back yet or rotate it up. It does look like he's going to Going to back, since Hammy and Evol are both pretty heavily on their own side still. That is a set of boots and another crystal bit coming out of status here. Both of the laners do have a book of eulogies, looking for some of that sustain. I think just the edge we obviously have to give to Evol. He does have the Iron Guard contract as well as the Imperial Sigil. Should be able to keep Hammy in lane pretty untouched throughout the farming phase here.
All right, so Mixi and Hammy in this lane. We've seen the Baron and Idris matchup earlier today. It went the way of Idris on Dienzio. While down in the jungle, Pon's actually going to be able to steal away that Treant from status, so we're going to be happy with that. Ancient Treant going to get worked on here. E36 wants to try and steal this one away, but he's going to have to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage. The Sigil will be enough to gain first blood, and that is going to be Rogue off to a start that they are going to be very happy with.
Indeed, and again, Pon doing very, very good on the Celeste, both last game and already looking very good this game. He hasn't really got a chance to build a whole lot of crystal power yet, but again, Celeste just such a good siege hero. If you can land a stun and get a supernova off on somebody, that can spell danger at any point in the game.
All right, so Hammy and Evol now in the lane status, going to be trying to put some pressure on them. These empowered Malice and Verdicts doing a lot of damage. Evol and Hammy having to run to the backside of the turret with the help of the healing sigil. Remember, these minions going to get cleared out pretty quickly. Again, Baron has very strong wave clear, especially with Pon rotating up with the Celeste. The chances of a siege, an extended siege coming from Tribe, become very slim. So it's going to be a tough matchup right now. Early on, there's so much damage going out onto Evol. Thankfully, he has those healing sigils to keep himself available to be in this lane, but he's going to have to go back to base now. First recall is going to be getting the components for that Fountain of Renewal.
Indeed he is. He's just a couple gold ticks away from having it, and there it is. That is a huge spike for the side of Rogue here. If they are able to pick a fight before E36 is able to get a Fountain or a Divine Intervention of his own, then it's going to almost certainly spell demise for the side of Tribe. So much healing that can come out of this Lyra, and so much siege that can come out of Celeste and Baron. This ought to be a very, very interesting game. Again, if Mixi can find the good dive and status can find some empowered Malice and Verdicts past Evol, who's been doing such a good job standing in front of them, it provides a big opportunity. And actually that Celeste basic attack following Mixi all the way back to base, Mixi is now going to be returning to lane one basic attack lower.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a potential issue here as Tribe is looking to engage onto Pon and Hammy, but the Solar Storm coming through onto status is going to force Tribe to back away. Healing Sigil again, keeping Tribe topped up. This is such a strong utility when it comes to these sieging opportunities, and Rogue is using it to full effect, trying to get this pressure down. They've got themselves a nice little lead built up, largely just off of the CS leads that they have. It's a pretty sizable lead built up in the lane. Hammy over Mixi by about 10 to 11 CS in the jungle. It's a much smaller lead, but still a lead for Pon the Original.
And again, anytime you can be ahead on a Celeste, that is always going to be a good thing. Celeste being a late game hero, if you do win the early game, then it makes it very, very easy to get to that late game point. We already have a Frostburn picked up on Pon the Original, as well as a Sorrow Blade first coming out of Hammy. We typically see the Tension Bow as what most people pick up first, just because it provides a lot of early game spike damage. Hammy really prioritizing the damage he can put down on those double shots, though, especially going into the Samuel Idris combination.
All right, well, this is going to be Hammy and looking to avoid these Malice and Verdicts coming from status. He's able to hit a couple of them, get some nice damage out, but now with Pon the Original rotating again, Tribe very likely going to have to retreat off of this. They just cannot withstand looking for these extended sieges when all of Rogue is there to contest them.
Indeed, and this Idris will scale up into the late game, and this is really Really something we got to focus on is the farm. Hammy is ahead on the Baron as well. So again, just being very, very efficient with this Rogue roster right now. They have a late game composition that typically has a slower farm pace, has a typical time, taking time to ramp up, and they're really just walking away with the damage here in the early game. And here comes Pawn, the original, back up here again, already trying to get some damage down on Mixi, and Mixi pushed all the way back to turret. Status does drop a Drifting Dark, and some powered Malice and Verdicts come out. However, he is dangerously low on energy now.
And very much low on energy. Mixi eats a lot of damage off of those just shots coming out from Pawn. The Helios able to do a lot. Now here comes Hammy jumping on up, but doesn't use his attacks onto E36. Instead, just targets the minions. And so they will just continue farming up again. Rogue doesn't really have a reason to force a fight yet. They're going to be perfectly happy just farming up if they keep this lead. Mixi and the rest of Tribe are the ones that have to force the issue at some point. Both these teams are going to scale up extremely well into the late game, so that's not really going to be the concern. It's not that Tribe has to force an issue before we get to a certain stage of this game, otherwise Rogue is guaranteed to win or anything of that nature. It's just that because Rogue has this small lead, they can just continue to hold on to it.
Again, they can, and the Frostburn coming out of Pawn is going to do such a good job really getting Status into a dangerous situation where he can get core collapsed. We do see Tribe is all down here at the jungle shop, and Pawn is now rotating up. Looks like Rogue may try to get some damage down here, but with Tribe coming up, they're instead going to find some damage down onto Mixi. The Empowered Malice and Verdicts come out. That Drifting Dark is now going to be on a 15-second cooldown, and that is something that we really have to focus on here. That huge spike is down. Divine Intervention actually comes out and saves Mixi's life, and the Fountain is burned also. Evol did burn Crucible, but still has a Fountain and Imperial Sigil of his own. Mixi, huge damage taken from the Ion Cannon. Actually, Pawn the original with a Supernova does find damage on both
Status!
The and
Status very nearly going down from the rocket leap, or from the jump jets from Hammy, and now they're going to be putting damage onto this turret. E36 going in again. This may not be the best of ideas, but it is going to force Rogue away from the turret at least, because Pawn was going low, but they find another kill. Status is going to try and finish one off. He does get Pawn, snipes him out with that Malice and Verdict. That will be all that they get. It's a little bit of a consolation prize. First kill on the board for Tribe. But Rogue is once again finding advantages. They got that turret very low, and now if they just look to continue sieging up in the lane, that turret's going to go down sooner rather than later.
Indeed it is, and Status finding a wonderful Malice and Verdict there that does catch Pawn the original, and that does put one kill on the board for the side of Tribe. Mixi diving in very, very quickly, does find a lot of damage onto Hammy. He's prioritized a lot into the armor thus far. 10 minutes in, he does have a tier 2 armor, as well as having the poison ship is going to allow him to have some sustain against his Baron. Before Evol recalls, he does drop an Imperial Sigil to just kind of heal Hammy up a bit. Getting a little bit more health as well, making those heals more potent now. Farm's pretty even in the jungle, both Status and Pawn the original sitting in the mid to low 50s. But Hammy, 25 CS up in the lane, definitely attributing to some of this 2,000 gold advantage. And that turret did survive in the aftermath of that last fight, so not really the worst loss for Tribe thus far.
And that's definitely going to be a situation here, but now Hammy finding big damage on the Status, who gets blown up. The Solar Storm isn't going to connect because he was already dead by the time it actually finished casting. That is the power of a Baron that is left unchecked. And now Mixi and E36 going to try and defend this turret, but I don't see them being able to do so. Turret is already down. Mixi gets hit by the Ion Cannon. E36 going to get dropped low as well, but Rogue is finding every little advantage in this game. They are up 3,000 gold after taking that turret out. I'm actually rather surprised that they didn't just go for this gold miner immediately. Mixi trying to capitalize on this rotation, gets the minion wave pushed up at least, but leaves just in time before Hammy and Evol get back into the lane.
Indeed, and McShee is able to make it out safe. No gold miner going over to the side of Rogue. And actually, the Arcane Passage came out in a little bit of an unfortunate position there. Hammy did use his jump jets in and may have been able to find a kill, but he jump jets right into the end of the Arcane Passage, and it took him back to where he started. So, unfortunate event for Rogue there. A great core collapse comes out, and boom, just like that, Baron brings the pain and takes down both Status and McShee, and now E36 is running for his life, and Pon the original finds a core collapse, and oh man, relies on the basic attack that is an ace going over to the side of Rogue, and that is most certainly going to be another turret, and they may even rotate down for Goldmine if they don't stay to take the next one. They in fact do stay to put some siege damage down. And that is 2 turrets off that push going over to Rogue, playing absolutely amazing right now.
They really are. They are taking control of this. They are finding these fights. Status is very, very low. The portal in is going to be even unnecessary as they find the kill. Choke point turret down. Rogue is taking over this game in a big way. E36 tries to chase them out of the base. Isn't going to be able to follow up, and probably for the best, because Rogue likely would have just turned around and it killed him too. Crystal Sentry is not going to be taken here as Rogue want to go for the gold miner. 13 minutes in, 8-1, and this gold lead has skyrocketed over the past couple of minutes.
Yep, sitting up at about an 8,000 gold lead for Rogue, and to be that far ahead on an early game or a late game composition, again, they are doing so good with their gold management and their experience management. Hammy sitting up at 159 CS at 13.5 minutes, as well as, again, look, rotating down, getting the ambient gold off of Pon's backs. That is going to be level 11 now for Hammy. He has completed the Tornado Trigger and the Tyrant's Monocle, and looking to very likely build into a Tension Bow to finish up his 4th item. That's going to provide him a lot of pierce towards McShee, who has built some armor, but Status, man, super vulnerable with no defense yet on the Samuel.
And well, Rogue, once again, starting to push up. And, you mentioned no defense on Samuel. There isn't a ton on this Idris either. There's a tier 2 armor and a reflex block, and Hammy is just unleashing the damage. The Oblivion is going to get blocked, and E36 jumps in. May not have been the best course of action. He's going to go low. Solar Storm actually misses, but doesn't matter. McShee is in the thick thing. Status is on the back of this fight. McShee goes down. Pon is chasing out Status. One more Helio will do it, and that is going to be 2 kills now. E36 trying to get away. However, should be able to do so. But Rogue, another team fight victory. No ace this time, but they have minions at their heels. McShee and Status are down, so this turret is going to get obliterated. E36 going in once again will get a nice little stun, but he's just trying to buy time and save that turret. Not going to work as Evol finishes it off. And this should be Rogue just retreating out to safety. Low on energy, so they don't want to try and stick around and look for another fight right away. Or do they? Pon is playing pretty far forward. Oblivion, again, going to get blocked. Pon is taken down pretty low thanks to these Malice and Verdicts. And they're going to try and chase him down. Evol is about to fall as well, but he's going to escape. Pon is not going to get his recall off. Instead, he's looking for a kill on E36. Crystal Sentry gets involved. That's an easy shutdown. But meanwhile, Hammy has just blown up Status on the other side of the fold, finding that 1-for-1 trade. And this is just not looking good for Tribe.
And fortunately, they did find a kill upon the original, but Status chased Evol, who was 1 hit away from death, right into an Imperial Sigil. Evol got a burst of healing. Hammy jump jets in, and just like that, 1-2, and you had a dead Samuel for the side of Tribe Gaming.
Ooh, 16 minutes in, Tribe are absolutely dominating, Rogue is absolutely dominating Tribe. And this series as a whole, Game 1 was extremely convincing. Game 2 is following along that same path. Now Rogue perhaps going to look for a fight here. Crystal Sentry is still available. The Treant gets stolen away just to add insult to injury. Rogue with vision down. They could look to start the crack. Instead, they're going to try and out-rotate Tribe into the lane. Only one turret remains, so one team fight is all that Rogue needs in order to secure this game. There's going to be some nice Malice and Verdicts. The Oblivion comes from over the wall. Doesn't get connected. Would have been blocked regardless. Some good damage on Demixi coming through now as Hammy jumps forward. Solar Storm is just going to clip him, but status is gone. Again, no defense on this Samuel. He just gets obliterated. E36 going to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough. An ace, the Crystal Sentry for good measure, but this is going to be Rogue closing out this game and closing out the series, keeping Tribe the number 3 seed in a number 3 finish.
Indeed, and they looked very, very coordinated going into those last 2 games. I mean, 2-14 right now. Just huge dominance on this Celeste pick coming from Pond the Original. And Hammy, as always, just absolutely dominating on Baron. It's one of my favorite picks for Hammy. He plays it so well. And, this Rogue roster right now looking phenomenal. They definitely hid this Celeste pick throughout Challenger Series.
They absolutely did. Guys, this is Rogue playing the best we've seen Rogue play since they were in Vainglory 8 last season. This is even better than that. They are coming in here hot. They wanted to make a statement. Pond the Original was a great pickup, adding him to the jungle. Hammy showing everybody, him and Involved, they were always great at their positions, and Hammy was one of those laners I think that never was given the credit because it was tough to show his potential if they didn't have the right synergy or the picks weren't just right. And Evol, we know him to be a great support. He was on Team Solo Mid during the VIS Pro offseason as a sub, playing games, showing everybody, hey, with Von C and Best Truck, I can play just as good as Flash X. I mean, maybe that's debatable, but he showed everyone that he could play with those rosters. He could play at that high level. And Pond the Original comes onto this roster, and synergy, the molding that they've picked up in just one split is really commendable.
Yeah, Rogue definitely moving on to a long night ahead of them. Definitely going to have some tough opponents here into the next game as well.
Well, yeah, this is it, right? This is the finals. This is the grand finals. This is the matchup I think a lot of people were hoping to see, is that Rogue and Immortals would meet up, and who's going to be the better team. We've seen Immortals, they've handled all their foe, but Rogue coming in here to Tribe and handling them so decisively, this is a different Rogue than what we've seen all split.
Again, I think a lot of that has to be attributed to the fact that a lot of these teams have been trying to hide compositions as best they can. But, now we're at the point where you really got to start bringing out these hidden comps you guys have. There is, the security already that all, these 3 teams are in the challenge battles. Mm-hmm. But right now they're going to be dueling it out for A, pride, and again, B, that prize pool for winning the Challenger Series.
Yeah, there's a lot to say, a lot to be said about being first going into it. Of course, there is a perception issue as well, but looks like Rogue, they want to let people know that not to take them seriously. They mean business. So we've got to get ready for the grand finals. That's right, we got one more series, and this, guys, is going to be a best of 5. So this is going to be some time. We're going to take a quick break. The teams do have to get ready, but when we come back, the number 1 seed Immortals will be going up against the number 2 seed in a very fitting end to this first split. We'll be back, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Grand finals are about to start.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Go, guys, we are back, ready to get going here. We are going into the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be between the two best teams in Split 1 here this summer season, and it is, not surprisingly, Immortals and Rogue, although maybe the way they got there was a little surprising, but no doubt about it, these two teams, especially the last 2 days, have shown up big time, and in a lot of big ways, making incredible plays. So we're going to be actually getting into draft here for game number 1. There's really no reason to delay, so let's jump right into it, guys, as we do see Immortals here on A side, looking to kick things off into high gear with the first ban on.
Indeed, we will be moving into this, and this is going to be a battle of titans. Now, I just need to see what the second ban is here. My client is bugging out. Okay, here we go. So we got a Grumpjaw and a Vox taken off the table, and man, a Grace immediately picked up. I do expect to see a Lyra come out here, and indeed it is. This is one of Evol's signature heroes, indeed. So we got 2 healers, protectors on the table right now. Now here, again, the second round of bans is where you can really start to target hero pools, and I expect to see a Koshka come out of the side of Rogue, and it is indeed the Koshka coming out, really respecting the fact that T-Tigers is a literal god on this hero.
Yeah, Rogue respecting that, but also because when you face that early game aggression from T-Tigers, it doesn't matter what late game composition you might have, it really puts you at a point where they'll be able to snowball when they hit certain power spikes. And Immortals has actually shown to be one of the best teams in Challengers so far, being aware of their power spikes. We don't see that as often, where like it doesn't even matter if Kasha's getting into late game, she'll get an infusion or she'll finish an item or she'll finish this, and then they attack, they fight. And that's something that I think Rogue's respecting here. Immortals now with this next ban, Baron is still on, and we know Hammy's Baron's been really strong, but it's going to be a Rhyme ban, which I'm not sure if that's necessarily, I mean, based on what they're going to play, you know, that is a very specific hero. We actually haven't seen Pon play that much in these later games.
I think the Rhyme ban is to hopefully get a Baptiste probably onto T-Tigers. He's really only shown Koshka and Kestrel, and now that we are into this point in the game, and it is actually Hammy picking up an Idris, which is another good hero for him, but they're definitely worried about running that Baron into Immortals. And again, I feel like a Baptiste pick with the Rhyme ban here makes the most sense for T-Tigers in the jungle, as well as we could potentially have Dienzio on a hero like Glaive or Blackfeather in the lane, and it is a Glaive. Again, I do expect this to be a lane Glaive. Going into the Idris, I would expect to be a lane Glaive. He gets the healing back from his Book of Eulogies. He gets bonus healing back because he is a melee hero. And then on top of that, Glaive's high health pool really gives him a lot of survivability into this Idris.
Teams are often tempted to run the utility Glaive so they can get the Baron, but looks like they are not. And I'm glad they aren't, because a lot of these aggressive junglers, we see this with like Xenotech and VGA and T-Tigers here, is if you put them on a utility Glaive, you're taking away one of your strongest pieces in this game. So Samuel is going to be on T-Tigers. Not the Baptiste, but I think with this composition now, you've got the Glaive on the front line here. He's a little bit more of a brawler. Plus, you've got Grace. Samuel will be nicely protecting the backline. Sky, from a positioning point of view, this could be useful because they can now reposition the fight multiple times with Lyra, Idris, and Sky.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Sky can be really good into this comp. If you get a forward barrage down onto Glaive, you can get a lot of damage down. The danger being you really have to watch out for a Afterburn Holy Nova combination with Samuel having a Drifting Dark down ready to blast this low defense Sky in the mid game.
Yeah, his positioning is going to be the name of the game here for Rogue. They put themselves on a draft that allows a lot of flexibility in positioning, but you got to utilize it. You got to take advantage of it. Sky can redirect fights with the... You got a portal that can come out from Lyra, and then, of course, the Idris can actually, you know, jump onto an ally hero or an enemy hero to get to the backline as well. So, a lot coming here for Rogue that could get to past that very heavy front line coming out of Immortals, but it's going to require a decent amount of skill to do so. And of course, we've seen T-Tigers, one of the best junglers in the game. I think they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, we do see Pon onto the Sky now. It's not quite the Celeste that we've seen him dominate in the last couple games. But again, showing us that he has a much deeper hero pool than he showed through the rest of the Challenger series.
Yeah, we know T-Tigers has a deep hero pool. He didn't need to hide it for this, but I think they just wanted to make sure they crossed all their T's here. Pulling out something a little bit, I mean, surprised in Grand Finals. He doesn't really need to, but hey, we're into the fold, ladies and gentlemen, so I am going to hand it back over to Tasty Bacon to take it away.
All right, so here we go. The finals are underway. Will Immortals continue to show that they are the true #1 seed in VIS Challengers, or will Rogue be able to upset them and take them down? It's been a pretty clean sailing for Immortals thus far. They've lost a game or two here and there, but they have yet to drop a single series. And Rogue is obviously a team they have already faced earlier. Actually, no, did they face? I don't think they faced Rogue, actually. They have not actually played against Rogue.
Yeah, that was... If they did, it was a while ago. I don't remember exactly where they both were in the tournament in the early game.
They were 1 and 2, so they were on opposite sides of the bracket. So they have not faced each other until this finals meeting. That's the whole point of the bracket system, is to make sure, or try and make sure 1 and 2, if they both make it through, end up meeting in the finals.
Yeah, definitely going to be a crazy series ahead of us. Both of these teams have been looking absolutely phenomenal. Again, these big names on both sides here, and Idris is definitely one of Hammy's better heroes, in my opinion. We haven't seen Pawn on Sky yet. We've seen him more on Celeste and on Rhyme. But, I mean, again, he came out with a huge Celeste performance in the past 2 games. And, Max Green definitely on this Grace, which we've seen him do a great job on earlier. And T-Tigers on Samuel. And now Samuel is one of those heroes that I'm really excited to see T-Tigers on, just because he does so well with heroes that are very mechanically dependent, because he is a very mechanically advanced player. T-Tigers is rotating down over here, does get the Ancient Treant, and look at this aggressive rotation from Dienzio and Max Green, and that is going to be kill #1 going over to Max Green on this Grace.
Yeah, very, very aggressive play. Evol going to be hanging around here. They're going to try and steal away this Treant from T-Tigers. Not going to be successful. Now has to be a little bit careful. Drifting Dark's going to come out. Allison Verdict to make sure that that minion goes to T-Tigers as well. Now Hammy has rotated over and is going to join the fray, but it doesn't stick around very long. So Immortals, first blood, some jungle camp stolen from Pawn. They're going to be very happy with this start. I think the most curious thing to me about this draft that we just saw is that Baron went through completely untouched, not banned, not picked, even though Hammy just had multiple games on that Baron and looked so strong with it. They actually moved away from it because they wanted to put the priority on this Idris.
Yeah, and I think, again, you just playing into a team that you know to be as aggressive as this Immortals roster, I think it's a very big risk for a team that is so so close in skill this late in the tournament. If Immortals does snowball you on that Baron, you can come back, but we've seen Immortals close out some games against Baron very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's Immortals knows how to play against that hero, which is very likely the reason why the members of Rogue decided not to go for it. Pawn is going to be rotating through. Okay, he's not going to go too far forward just yet. Members of Immortals, are they going to look to try and catch him out here? That's exactly what they're going to do. A slow from Grace gets onto him. Afterburn is going to stun him up, is going to put him down. Crystal Sentry has just spawned. We're just over 4 minutes in, but Evol in a bit of trouble, but has Dienzio very low. He's going to try and find the kill. Fountain comes out from Max Green, as that was picked up very early on and saves Dienzio's life there. So a second kill for Immortals, and they can now return to farming once more.
Indeed, and 2 early kills going over to the side of Immortals. 1 for Max Green, 1 for Dienzio, and that is a good place to start out for this roster. And we do see Dienzio rotating down now. Looks to be completing a Sorrow Blade. And there it is right there. So that is going to be a big damage spike for Glaive. It's a lot of damage when he uses the Twisted Stroke. It is a basic attack reset, so it does provide a lot of burst damage. Samuel does rotate up. A lot of Empowered Malice and Verdict damage goes down, but Evol heals it up with an Imperial Sigil Burst, and T-Tigers is now rotating down, hoping to get some jungle and pawn the original just a little bit late there, is not able to find the steal.
And so first item's going to come out for T-Tigers. Gets himself a Frostburn. That's going to go a long way in these team fights, slowing down opponents and keeping them within range of those Malice and Verdict's minion candies. Going to get picked up. Dienzio grabbing a couple. And we see one from Evol as well. So these teams really, minion candies have started to been used a little bit more frequently over this past week. And it's an item that, kind of fades in and out from people deciding to pick it up. It's very cheap. Just gives you a little bit of extra pushing power, especially if you're trying to find a rotation down into the jungle. It's a great time to use it and just make it take a little bit longer for your opponents to clear out these minions and get the wave back the way that they want it. So Dienzio, Max Green, and T-Tigers up in the lane. And once again, be rotating on down, trying to stop Pawn the Original from farming. He does take that Treant, and it will be okay. Drifting Dark coming through is going to get a little bit of poke, but not really too much to worry about on the side of Rogue just yet.
Indeed, and T-Tigers has now completed that Frostburn, and that's going to be a big spike for him. If he's able to keep Sky in his Malice and Verdicts and in range of his Drifting Dark, that's going to be absolutely massive. Huge splash damage coming out there. Evol does drop the Bright Bulwark to try to slow down the advance of Immortals, and Pawn the Original and Evol are probably both going to have to back unless if they try to rotate up in the lane here. Now, this is a really dangerous spot for Pawn, and he does actually decide to back as well, even with the bonus health there.
All right, Pawn finishes off his first tier 3 item as well. Is another main reason why he went back, and he's going to pick up that Frostburn as well. So very similar builds coming out from the junglers, but T-Tigers is a little bit further ahead by having that that heavy prism available for a little bit of extra damage. This time they're going to be able to steal that Treant away. Goes over to Dienzio. Immortals looking for small little advantages on these rotations every single time. They're very quick to rotate down and try and contest that Treant against Pawn. And it's working out so far. They've got themselves about a little over 1,000 gold lead. And now Max Green, second tier 3 item completed for this Grace. It is the Atlas Pauldron, going to be used heavily to try and stop Hammy's damage output by slowing up his attack speed. Now all 3 members of Rogue have rotated up. That's going to force the defensive afterburn, but obviously you're perfectly fine with using that afterburn in order to keep yourself safe from a big rotation like that.
Yeah, and we do have the Poison Shiv now coming out of Dienzio on this glaive, so going to be reducing some of the healing that Evol has to offer, as well as some of the fountain health as well. So definitely a good pickup from him here. Again, glaive good at getting the Poison Shiv stacked down because of the basic attack reset of the Twisted Stroke. T-Tigers is going to come down and buy, very likely going to work into a Broken Myth next on the Samuel build. He does pick up a level 9 infusion, as well as Dienzio picking up a level 7 infusion. Atlas Pauldron is completed on Max Green, and Dienzio sitting up a little bit on farm.
Early infusions picked up for Immortals. Both T-Tigers and Dienzio have an infusion in their inventory, so if a fight were to break out, you can almost guarantee that those would get popped and give Immortals an immediate edge when it comes to that skirmish. But some good damage coming out from Pawn the Original on the Sky, hitting up T-Tigers, dropping him down a fair bit. Means that neither team is going to be looking to go for a fight, and just being happy to continue farming up. Dienzio 107, 108 now. He's actually going to go to 110 as he takes that minion. Hammy has 100, so a 10 CS lead for Dienzio in the lane. The jungle is a bit more even, 54 to 51 currently, but again, it is going to be Immortals trying to make sure that Pawn the Original cannot get his farm. Big afterburn onto Pawn as well. Is going to put him in the wall. He's going to try and escape here. Should be able to, as they get around the Bright Bulwark, stopping the rest of the engage. But Immortals, they're going to be happy to just take this Crystal Sentry out. First Sentry death 10 minutes in, and they quickly rotate over to the Gold Miner as well. T-Tigers is at about half health as they start this one off, but that's going to be Dienzio going in deep, finds the kill onto Sky, and now Hammy gets put to sleep. for about 20 seconds as the Oblivion does take his life. And now Evil looking to survive on the backline. Portal comes through, but T-Tigers chases it down, finishes off the ace as the gold miner goes down as well. And all of a sudden, Immortals are going to find themselves a huge gold lead as they take this turret.
Yeah, and what a absolutely brilliant Oblivion coming out of T-Tigers there. Seeing the Idris jumped on him, it immediately dropped that Oblivion right below his feet, which forced Hammy out into some damage and a crowd control, but it was enough to kill him. The Chakram does come out, and the forward barrage comes out to try to steal away that camp, but that is going to be more gold sitting into the pockets of D'Enzio on this glaive.
All right, so big lead picked up for Immortals. 4K gold is just about where they are at right now over Rogue. 5 kills and that turret. And they can just look to continue to apply some pressure now. With these rotations that they've been making, Pawn starting to fall a little bit behind 0-3. He's been found out multiple times. And just, again, great play from Immortals. These afterburns have been focusing onto the sky, trying to make sure that Pawn is not able to hard carry this game because they know very much so on the side of Immortals, all of them very familiar, have played with Pawn the original in the past and know just how hard he can carry with this sky pickup. And so that's why they're putting so much emphasis there. Hammy is going to need a little bit more to get to that point where he can hard carry as well. He's got 3 offensive items, but is just a little bit behind still in terms of actually being able to engage and get that damage dished out. Max Green is having a little bit of trouble with that Treant. They do eventually take it out. Now D'Enzio, can he find a way in? Hammy uses his ultimate, jumps on in. Oblivion gets blocked, but Hammy is kind of isolated here. He's going to go down. Max Green falls as well, but that is a carry for a captain. Definitely advantage Immortals as their 2 damage dealers are going to go in, clean up the lane, maybe try and put some damage onto this turret, but they'll have to be careful with Pawn still here to clear it out. Those minions, again, going to go down very quickly, and T-Tigers and D'Enzio just back out.
Yeah, the Drifting Dark wasn't quite available for T-Tigers when they had the wave there, so he wasn't able to really put down a lot of damage, and Pawn the Original does recall and gets the Broken Myth, and this is a big spike for Sky, especially into the Glaive and the Grace. Now, Max Green has also completed an Echo, so we are going to see a lot of Divine Interventions come out from this Grace pick, and with Glaive being in the front line, soaking up that damage, it's going to be absolutely huge for keeping him alive into this Idris and Sky combination.
All right, so Immortals, they do give that 1 kill over, so no longer going to be working towards a perfect game. However, they can still look to take full control of this one. They've got themselves a 4,000 gold lead. Echo comes out for Max Green, who's used in that last fight as well, but it's going to be fun to watch those Divine Interventions come through. Echo's about to be back up. He's making sure his team is aware of when he's going to be ready to fight with that extra cooldown available. And so Immortals, once again, recognizing there's not a whole lot on the map that they can do, so they start up the Gold Miner. It's really good damage from Pawn's forward barrage. Now that he's got that Broken Myth, he can stack up by just getting this damage out. And Immortals have to be very, very wary of that damage. You saw he took Max Green and T-Tigers both down to about half health with a single forward barrage.
Yeah, again, that Broken Myth is absolutely massive for the side upon the original here. If you start building up some Broken Myth stacks, the chip damage, because it is low packets of damage that scales individually for the Broken Myth, it just starts to scale up so quick. You can see it tickle at first, and then next thing you know, it takes your whole health pool out in a matter of seconds.
And that's why, again, D'Enzio has been focusing Pawn with these afterburns. Pawn still doesn't have a reflex block, so we will be susceptible to those afterburn plays coming out from D'Enzio. But it's all about if T-Tigers can also follow up with extra damage as well. There is going to be Kraken Awakenings. We are 15 minutes into this game. Immortals looking to push up. Pawn not going to hit with that forward barrage. However, Immortals looks like they want to try and siege up this turret. Really good wave clear from Rogue, though, is again going to make these sieging opportunities quite difficult. Malice and Verdict's going to come out from T-Tigers to poke, get his own broken mid stacks built up. He's already up to 4 stacks, make that 5. And 6, he's just going to continue climbing. Will Immortals look for an engage while they have this big edge? It's just going to be so tough to try and dive underneath the turret if they want to. But here comes the Drifting Dark. Again, those broken mid stacks doing work. It's going to be a nice death from above to prevent any further engage. But they are still poking. They're still harassing, still just getting some damage onto this turret. They are going to eventually have to back off of this, though. But or are they? Big Malice and Verdict's getting damage onto Pawn, chunking him down pretty low. But Max Green is at about half health, so Immortals, they're still sticking around.
They indeed are, and Immortals sitting up 6-1.
Max Green just goes in deep. There comes the follow-up from Immortals, and they've gotten Pawn the original. Max Green ends up giving his life for this, but if another Afterburn can come out, it's 4 seconds away. They aren't going to be able to go get another kill, but they are going to take the turret. Max Green calling the shots, going in deep, sacrifices his life, but it is well worth as they get a kill for themselves and a turret.
Again, getting that second turret down, they did trade kills there, but again, positional advantage is worth a death any day of the week. Kraken is on the fold. We've got about a 7,000 gold lead for the side of Immortals. D'Enzio approaching max build here has renewed his infusion. And T-Tigers has actually completed his Eve as well, so that's another big spike for Samuel. And as this game goes later, Samuel should be able to find out a lot of damage and be able to poke right through this Lyra.
Yeah, both of these carries just missing their tier 3 boots for D'Enzio and Hammy. And once they get those, they will be full builds, and their only use for gold will be refreshing those infusions. And Pawn the Original needs to be very careful here because Rogue needs to be very careful here because Pawn the Original does not have himself an infusion, and that would be very devastating if they tried to go for a fight without having that extra damage and defense. It's such an important item. Crystal Sentry going to get forced here by Immortals, essentially saying to Rogue, if you want to contest us, you are going to have to come and fight us. 1 life remaining on that Sentry. Immortals going to take this Treant on their way out as well. Just trying to find every little thing they can. Kraken still looming over the fold. 18 minutes in, Immortals looking for a way in to ending this game. The later this goes on, the stronger Pawn and Hammy are going to get. Again, Hammy is pretty much done getting stronger, though, at this stage of the game. Pawn still has a little ways to go. But this is where it starts to get tense. This is where the fights can start to swing the other way because gold is nowhere near as meaningful this late in the game.
Indeed, it is not. And man, T-Tiger's positioning on this Samuel has looked absolutely beautiful all game long. Max Green does have a Echo ready to go for the Divine Intervention and will very likely be putting that 3rd point in very soon. D'Enzio, with the 20 stacks of his Bloodsong and the Poison Shiv, actually looking to solo out the Kraken while his team provides a big distraction.
Yeah, the members of Rogue have no idea that this is going on because of both members of Immortals showing on the map. Evol's going to try and figure it out. Now they probably have an idea because the full rotation has come over, but Kraken is already almost done. Here comes Pawn and Evol trying to get involved, but they just can't get quite close enough. Evol is going to look for the steal, does not get it. Kraken unleashed. D'Enzio is going to heal up with that Kraken buff, and now Kraken will make her way towards the base of Rogue.
Yeah, and I believe they did get tipped off for that Kraken. We've seen Evil coming over very, very quickly. The cleave animation on Glaive you can actually see while he's attacking the Kraken. So those particle effects do show if you're paying attention, and that just really provides a lot of map awareness for the side of Rogue. Knowing that was going on, they all moved over there very quickly despite having vision on Max Green and T-Tigers. And now that it is a Kraken marching down the lane, and man, Skye is just not good at fighting with a Kraken in her face.
Yeah, it blocks a lot of the damage. T-Tigers takes a very big chunk. Some forward barrage slipping through. That's going to be one divine intervention used by Max Green, but Dienzio is now going to be slow. The Echo is popped. Max Green may have to use another divine intervention onto Dienzio, as this Kraken is going to get taken down very quickly. Evil and Hammy now going in. Dienzio gets the heal. They've got the afterburn onto Hammy, who uses the ultimate from the Idris. Now Oblivion going to go out. T-Tigers on the back lines. They're trying to find the kill upon the original. They're going to get it. Max Green somehow still alive with this sliver of health. And this first crystal turret has gone down, but without any health on Max Green or Dienzio and fairly low energy on T-Tigers, that will be a retreat for Immortals, but they now only have one turret left between taking them and taking a one-game lead.
Indeed they are, and Dienzio does opt to recall here. He has now completed his boots and has actually opted to go with the War Treads. I think he actually bought that after they took the Kraken. But yeah, just a little bit of extra engage now coming out of the side of Immortals. They have 2 War Treads that they can chain together, as well as Samuel getting closer to max build. He does have a little bit of defense built, and he has a infusion, a level 12 infusion that he just popped. Hammy has nearly completed his build as well, and Sky now has the Eve, Frostburn, and Broken Myth, so definitely a huge spike for Sky. This is where we could really start to see Sky take over a fight if she's allowed to kite out on the back line.
And this is something I really like to see. Immortals, they know that Dienzio is full build. That's going to be a bright bulwark getting down. This is a chance for Immortals to get in there. Dienzio with the afterburn. The reflex block comes out upon to prevent it, but it just goes out onto Hammy instead. Big damage coming through from T-Tigers. It's going to be an ultimate used by Hammy. He's going to jump off, try and get to safety, but the divine intervention will save Dienzio. That was the second one used already. T-Tigers eating so much. He is going to go down. Dienzio cannot get re-involved, and Rogue have just won this team fight as Max Green is just going to try and distract, try and make sure that Dienzio can get up to safety. It's exactly what's going to happen. Max Green will start the recall animation, but a forward barrage will stop that, and he is going to go down in the end. So 2 kills going over to Rogue. Again, late game. This is the point where gold barely means anything. We are just about full build for everyone. I think Pawn the Original is the only one that doesn't have the full items completed as Hammy finishes off his boots. And it's really just the Pawn the Original, and actually no, there is a tier 2 armor for T-Tigers. But other than that, it's just the vision slot for the captains. That is not a tier 3 item.
Indeed, and Max Green is still down for the next 15 seconds. He will have everything up when he comes up. And again, bravo to Rogue finding the kills in that last fight. Pawn the Original doing a great job on the Sky again. Look, the forward barrage damage starts off low, but as the Broken Myth starts to tick up, that damage can really get out of control really quickly. And I think if I saw it correctly, the second divine intervention that should have went onto Dienzio actually did get clicked onto T-Tigers by accident. So that may have had a little bit to do with that last fight swinging over to Rogue.
It very much may have, but now Immortals, again, going to try and posture up, Kraken respawn. Look at the vision control that Evil has put down with this contraption during that time that they had. A lot of these scout traps going to get popped, but not all of them have been found just yet. Immortals, I don't think they're going to be too worried about that. They want to try and push up, get this lane shoving, make it so that Rogue has to choose between defending their base from these minions or trying to contest the Kraken. And it also just provides extra vision. When they have those minions pushing up, Immortals have a much better idea of where Rogue is. And so they continue to just try and take what they can, getting the gold, wanting to finish off these item builds and make sure that they are at full builds, full strength, as strong as they can possibly be for what could be a game-changing team fight.
Yeah, and again, if any hero can really turn around a fight going into this late game against the Samuel Grace combination, it should be this Sky. If she can build up some Broken Myth stacks and stay along the backside of the fight like she did last time, Glaive, once he's committed with his afterburn, is going to have to burn his boots if he wants to get out of that forward barrage damage. Pond does find a bit of gold there, and it actually looks like he maybe...
Tigers.
Oh, man.
He's going to get jumped on, loses a lot of health, but can now re-engage as he got himself out of the fight. Are they going to look for it, though? Max Green goes down fairly low, but he's still on the front lines. Big forward barrage from Pond. The death from above is going to split the team. Dienzio cannot get in there. He's going to have to afterburn. Does get a stun, but is it going to be enough? T-Tigers trying to sustain on the backside. Drifting Dark comes out. These Empowered Malice and Verdicts are going to find some good damage. Hammy goes down low. That's going to be the Divine Interventions used up, but they find the kill onto Evil, and now Pawn and Hammy are going to be falling on opposite sides of this fight, and Immortals took them 26 minutes, but they are going to take game number 1.
They are indeed going to take game number 1, and that fight was starting to look really good for Rogue, but man, Max Green just playing so well on this Grace, soaked up a lot of forward barrage damage. And, again, getting those heals down on Grace has been absolutely massive, and he's just played it so well. And, Rogue put up a really good fight, definitely going into the late game there, but Immortals catching the upper hand in that last fight, and with only the one turret left, they just pushed for the win. Alrighty then, we should be getting ready to get in here for the next draft. Players will get a little bit of a break here, nothing major, but definitely want to give them a break after just finishing out that game.
Yeah, a long 25-minute game at that, and we're just getting started. Immortals is just being pushed to the edge time and time by a lot of these teams, but they find ways to win it, and that last team fight is just a classic example of how when they know they have the advantage, they're able to jump in, balance the damage. If you guys watch, I mean, they do have the Grace there on their side, but they're balancing that damage back and forth and finding the focal point and who's the weak spot on the enemy team. Rogue just, even with a Lyra, was not able to sustain, and that's kind of a crazy thing to think about how long that fight was. You've got a Lyra, and you're still not able to sustain it. Goes to show you the power Immortals can bring. Of course, Samuel, we saw him ban many, many times. He really has the sustain once he gets his Eve, probably better than any other jungler, and so paired with a Grace, no doubt, can be a real problem.
Definitely, and again, Max Green looking really, really good on that hero. I definitely think going into the next game, Rogue is going to have to consider taking that Grace off the table, so definitely something that we're going to have to look out for going into this next draft. And again, the double ban draft makes it, really unique compositions that you can put together. So we'll be getting into the draft here in just a moment.
Yeah, just a few moments here. As we look to just check in on the teams, make sure we're good to go. But, that was a long game. Definitely a game that, they've got to recoup from for a few seconds. But we're all ready. It looks like we're ready to get going here. Going to do one more quick check. But a lot to be said. When we looked at that draft, it was pretty good on both sides. You didn't really see one way or the other. It all came down to play. And we said that positioning would be absolutely huge for the side of Rogue. They needed to take advantage of their repositioning abilities and get to the backline, take out that Samuel. Samuel did not buy a tier 3 shield or a tier 2 shield item for the majority of that game, and still the front line was so good that you weren't able to get to the backline. Sky wasn't able to reposition and take Samuel out, and that goes on to Immortals just being that good at protecting their team. Indeed.
So we will have to be looking forward to the next games. These teams are, probably some of the most dedicated teams that we've seen in the Challenger Series. These guys practice multiple times a week, and they practiced with the VG8 teams because these teams are, these teams for a long time have been very expected to make it up through the Challenger Series. And, they're definitely putting in the time, and it is showing Rogue looking really good despite having maybe a little bit of a slow last season. So definitely excited to see them make it this far. Going to the challenge battles will be a fantastic thing to watch.
Yeah, Rogue definitely proving that they deserve this number 2 spot. Immortals taking Immortals down to the wire here. So right out the gate, Grace is banned and Lyra to follow suit. I definitely agree. Rogue fearing that Grace pick, maybe have something up up their sleeve though. But with both the healers, the popular healers, off the board, does open up for Arden pick likely. We've seen, I should say, we did see a lot of Catherine. Evolve does like that, so we could see that coming out. It's going to be very detrimental.
Yeah, I think in this position here, we do see the targeted ban onto Pawn there, getting that rhyme down. Immortals definitely not wanting to go into that. The Baron does get picked up, which does function really well into the box. Now, I think if you're Immortals here with the Grace and the Lyra off the table, I think you commit this next pick into the Arden and really deny that sustainability that Arden gives the box. So
depends if Rogue bans Grumpjaw. I suspect they will, so that would be off the board. But if they don't, then I have to match. Oh, they do. So if they do, I was gonna say that would be a pick. Immortals is gonna have the Koshka, so.
Yeah, and this is definitely a strong pick for T-Tigers. It does open up a potential Baptiste pick here, but man, we've seen T-Tigers be incredibly effective, even into Baptiste on Koshka in the past. And he's very good at holding the aggression back until that Ordain is ready to drop, and then it's Pouncy Fun, Twirly Death right into Baptiste's face. I think if you're Rogue here, you do need to pick up something that can function into this Koshka, either a Petal, a Baptiste. I definitely think you have to go with the Arden Vox combination here. I mean, you could even potentially go with a Crystal Blackfeather going into the late game that does scale really well into Koshka and Baron. It just does have a lot of potential to get snowballed early by this Koshka.
Yeah, we really haven't seen a lot of Petal, and we haven't seen Petal being utilized to counter anything in the challenge battles. Celeste is going to come out here. This is a pick we saw Rogue pull in the Tribe series, and it was successful. I'm curious to see how well they're going to be able to play against this Koshka, though. Catherine coming out this chain stun. I like the Catherine here over the Arden. That stun from Catherine paired up with Celeste will be really tough really good into that Koshka.
Yeah, and it will go really well with the Celeste, and we do see the Celeste and Vox work really well pretty consistently for Rogue thus far. My only concern is, yes, you were able to do it into Status's Koshka, but this is T-Tiger's Koshka. Now, Status is a fantastic player, but we've seen just what T-Tigers can do over and over again on this Koshka. They ran it through the entire Challenger series, only dropping, I think, one or two games, and he's so good on this hero. It's got to be scary going into T-Tigers, especially now we do have a Lance, and this is going to be really big for Max Green, is if he can get a Impale down onto Celeste, he should be able to, T-Tigers should be able to follow up, as well as Dienzio on this Baron, and take Celeste out of the fight immediately.
Yeah, Lance coming out. This is a support play that we know these teams are really, really competent with. Max Green's fantastic on Lance. We haven't seen it utilized just because Grace has really become that more dominant support with Arden, Lyra, and Catherine really rising to the top as well. But I love to see Max Green play the Lance. His crowd control is so impeccable. He's really, really aggressive too. And he's able to get in, and when you're trying to jump in, even like a Vox, he's able to figure out where your position is going to be and go for that, and can throw you for quite a loop. Looks like we're ready to get going, guys, into this next game in just a few moments as all the players jump in. But this definitely is going to be an exciting game to watch.
It is indeed, and we'll be getting in here very, very soon. Going to see if Pawn the Original can pull off the Celeste pick into T-Tigers on this incredibly crazy Koshka that he has. We haven't seen Dienzio play this Baron really yet, so we'll have to see. Maybe Hammy, he's a great Vox. Maybe going into the late game with Koshka starting to fall off, and we see Vox do so well into the Koshka, he might be able to build up some breaking point stacks early in a fight and then take it over very quickly. This Immortals roster is just so in tune with each other, though. It's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, indeed. We are just waiting on one more thing here before we get into the stream. So just a few seconds till we get an update. Why did you invite them again? I thought they told me goodbye. These two. Oh, okay. Did they say anything? All right. Well, yep. We're looks like we're ready to get going, guys. So, yeah, it looks like we're ready to get going. So, let's jump into it, as we will be getting into this matchup.
All right. So, game number 2 of this best of 5 series. It is going to be Immortals with the Koshka and the Baron. Tons of burst. One very early game focused hero, one typically more late game focused. But we'll see if they can pull this to a 2-0 lead. They've been 2-0ing most of their opponents throughout the Challengers. Obviously, this one, if they want to sweep, will need to be a 3-0, but it's going to be an uphill climb for Rogue. They fought very well in game number 1, nearly turned the game around, but were just not quite able to complete the comeback. And in this game, with the Koshka and the Lance, it is going to be Immortals. They need to end the game much more decisively than they did in game number 1. Otherwise, there will be an opportunity for Rogue to get themselves back in the game.
Indeed, they will. And again, Hammy, showed himself earlier today being very, very aggressive on this Vox. Playing it very, very well. Same with Pawn on the Celeste. Max Green being very, very aggressive here, coming in, trying to get a little bit of farm, be a little bit of a distraction. Hammy does miss out. Oh, nope, he does make it up in time to catch that CS before it dies. And Dienzio actually buying shield early, and I do like this into the Vox. Baron outranges Vox in the late game. But here in the early game, Vox can put a lot of resonance damage down on Baron. So definitely a key thing that Hammy or that Dienzio has recognized Hammy will be potentially able to do. And we do see, look, those resonance bounces that normally in the early game we talk about how aggressive you can be with them. And they really tickle with the shield prioritized on Dienzio already.
Yeah, very smart item start. It's kind of become the norm when going up against the Vox, to grab yourself a weapon blade and a shield if you're going to be, obviously going down the weapon power path for whatever hero you are playing. So it's a smart move, and we're seeing it have benefits already for Dienzio. And now down in the jungle, it looks like the Ancient Treant did go over to Rogue. Pawn able to pick that one up. T-Tigers and Max Green maybe going to look to go aggressive here. If Max Green can steal away this Treant, then definitely, but it is going to go over to Pawn. And looks like T-Tigers is going to be happy to just take the shop camps and rotate back to his own side of the map.
Indeed, they are. And so far this game, teams being, a little aggressive, but nothing major. Hammy and Dienzio both just sitting up here farming. Evol coming in, trying to get a stack to build up some of that tankiness going into the late game. Catherine is actually really good into the Baron. I wanted to see the Arden with the Vox. But if Evol can time his Stormguard accurately, he can actually reflect a lot of damage back onto the side of Immortals.
Yeah, it's a tough time to do. Hammy going to go very low as T-Tigers jumped in onto him, but not quite going to go down. Dienzio has jump jets available. I'm very surprised that they haven't actually been used here, as T-Tigers narrowly going down thanks to that Stormguard you were just talking about. The damage reflection, it can be massive. T-Tigers will get out of harm's way. So does Hammy. Both of them going to be able to get back to base and heal up. Hammy coming back out now with the Poison Shiv already completed. It's going to be really good for him to have that first item finished. Dienzio not quite going to be able to finish off his first tier 3 item because it's just a much more expensive item. And so Hammy will have a slight little edge with that Poison Shiv. Having the extra attack speed, extra lifesteal means he can sustain extremely well in the lane.
Yeah, he sure does. And Dienzio going for that very bursty jump jets. Sorrow Blade up here first. The one nice thing about this Vox build is it is very, very cheap to complete. So, typically we used to see Vox being a very late game weapon hero, and he still is. He does very well in the late game. But this build just comes on a lot sooner because you can complete the items a lot quicker. And again, Tension Bow with that very, very big change to the Pierce has become such a relevant item. And we'll very likely see Dienzio complete one as well after we get the Sorrow Blade completed.
Yeah, I mean, Poison Shiv and Tension Bow are two of the cheapest offensive items you can get in the entire game. And so having two of your generally 3 offensive items on this box be those 2 items, it means that you can get yourself online very, very early. The minion candy is going to be used to great effect here by the side of Rogue as they get these minions pushing into the turret. A little bit of damage done to the turret, not really going to be too much to be concerned about. But down in the jungle, it is T-Tiger's going to get stunned up as he's trying to escape, but just doesn't have enough movement speed to do so. T-Tigers gets caught by a nice rotation from Rogue. Now as they try and make their way back up to the lane, it is going to be Hammy getting caught, uses the reflex block to prevent himself from getting stunned after the root came through. And that means that Dienzio will not be able to find a return kill. So first blood going to Rogue, and it is a cleanly acquired first blood.
Yeah, and Pon getting the first blood bonus bounty gold there is definitely going to be huge, getting the Celeste to this late game. So definitely something Pon is going to have to work on. We do have level 6 here on the Celeste now and a Frostburn complete. But we do have T-Tigers here on this level 6 Koshka, and we know that Yummy Catnip Frenzy is a absolutely huge utility tool going into these next fights, especially since we don't have a reflex block on Pon yet. So if they can get Celeste a little out of position, get that stun down, it's really going to be a good opportunity where Max Green can then follow up with a root, the Impale, and then follow up with a Githian Wall as well if he has the opportunity to get another stun down.
Yeah, they can really target lock one member of Rogue down heavily. Pon, especially because he's going for a Shatter Glass first item, it looks like. It's just going to be focused on having flat damage on the abilities, not going to be relying on the Aftershock. Immortals are going to go aggressive, just trying to steal away that Treant. They're going to do so, and then rotate on down. T-Tigers attacks the Gold Miner just to get a little bit of movement speed so we can rotate up to the lane, look for an opportunity. It's going to just end up taking one of those minions to make sure it doesn't go to waste. However, now Dienzio, Rocket jumps away from Evol, making sure he doesn't get stunned up. He is going to get stunned up regardless. And so Evol is gaining another stack. Evol's been doing a really good job with his stacks. 13 in just under 7 minutes. Typically, you want to be averaging about 2 stacks per minute through the early to mid game. So Evol's going to be perfectly happy with where his stacks are at this point.
Indeed, and again, if he can get the defense built up, then it's going to give him a lot of sustainability into Dienzio. Now that does reduce some of your reflective damage, but again, surviving is really the important part.
Well, T-Tiger's going to get caught out a bit once more, dropped very low. So he's trying to go aggressive, but is getting shunted at every turn by Rogue, doing a really good job against this Koshka. And I mean, Koshka of late seems to have really kind of been struggling to get off the ground in a lot of the games we've been seeing. I'm not sure if it's just, Koshka having fallen off as a hero or just teams being able to really know how the Koshka wants to play and just maneuvering and rotating themselves around in such a way that she's not able to make those aggressive early plays. But thus far, especially today, we've seen a few Koshkas come out, and none of them have really been overly impressive.
They haven't, and I think a lot of this has to be attributed to Evol. He has had really good rotation timings to come down, and every time T-Tigers has had an opportunity to try to go in on Pon, there has been a stun very, very quickly to follow it up, as well as then the core collapse and a heliogenesis, and then the Koshka has had to run away. So Rogue playing really well into this Koshka. I'm actually pretty impressed this far.
So we look at the gold. It's still pretty much even for both these teams. That's going to be a nice route onto Hammy. Again, reflex block comes out, but there's going to be Yummy Cat and Frenzy Crucible to block that one up, and it will be T-Tigers going a little too far forward and getting taken out for his troubles. Now the Githian Wall just to try and keep Rogue at bay. And that is a big turnaround for the side of Rogue, able to find those kills, but Dienzio nearly takes out Pon. That's going to be Max Reed going in deep, sacrificing himself just to get that kill. Not sure if that was worth it, but now D'Enzio can maybe take out Hammy. Jump jets forward will seal the deal, and it ends up being a 2-for-1, or 2-for-2 really when all is said and done. But that trade in particular, 2-for-2. Now D'Enzio can try and go in with T-Tigers onto Evol, but they don't want to go underneath that turret. The T-Tigers continuing to try and jump back in, just applying pressure. Now going to look for an opportunity in the jungle, but no camps are spawned for him that he's going to spot to try and steal away, except these shop camps.
Indeed, and T-Tiger's definitely going a little too far in these fights. Again, Vox does really well in Dikashka because he's able to reposition himself. It gives him a little bit of time to get more damage down, as well as having this poison shiv. It gives him a lot of sustain, and even when he does get low, he's been doing a good job for the most part, clearing out wave, getting the health back. Definitely a questionable call trying to challenge D'Enzio when D'Enzio is that healthy, but definitely not a loss for Rogue here. This Vox is going to continue to ramp up as these fights go on.
When these fights do go on, it's Rogue, I feel like, will have the advantage at this point. T-Tigers has not really been able to get involved very heavily. Every time he's gone in, it just ended up being kind of dissuaded from trying to chase. He did end up actually going for the Aftershock first item, so he delayed the Aftershock completion quite a bit by going for that heavy prism in the early goings, and hasn't been able to make it work out. Now he's going to get stunned again by Evol. Hammy taking a little bit of damage. D'Enzio not going to try and jump jets forward aggressively, especially when you don't know where Pawn the Original is. You have to make sure you have those jump jets available for defensive positioning. That's really your only line of defense as a Baron throughout the majority of this game.
Definitely, and it being D'Enzio on Baron is definitely going to be scary as the game goes on and on. This is a world-class laner here, and not had too much success this past season. Unfortunately, the team seemed to have dropped off as the patches moved on and on, but this is definitely somebody who can, compete with the best. So we'll just have to see as the game goes on. Pawn thus far has been pretty impressive to me today on the Celeste. This is what I would consider to be a more difficult team, but he's been playing it really well. Up 2-1. He has the Frostburn completed. He has the Eve completed with an Infusion sitting in his pocket. Evol is also up at almost 20 stacks now. This is still anybody's game here, Bacon.
Absolutely is. D'Enzio's going to rocket jump forward. Hammy getting obliterated. Nice block will come out to prevent the root, as that was big damage. D'Enzio going to jump forward again. Pawn now the target. You can see this Baron is coming online with Tension Bow, Sorrow Blade, Monocle. Those rocket leaps the jump jets do so much damage. T-Tiger's going to jump in onto Pawn. He does get stunned. Hammy takes a ton of damage from D'Enzio. Now they can turn their attention onto the turret a little bit if they'd like to. Pawn is going to get some big healing coming through thanks to the fountain. And now it is going to be that turret falling in favor of Immortals. Can they get out of here unscathed? However, Max Green is going to get dropped very low. Boots forward, but there's going to be a Crucible used. The big damage from D'Enzio. T-Tigers jumps in as well. They find one kill. Have they overextended, though? Hammy is going to block the Yomiket Frenzy, but the damage is there, and they find 2 kills. Immortals suddenly turning it up. T-Tigers is going to be in trouble, but Reflex Block keeps him alive. Meanwhile, D'Enzio just getting this lane pushed. Now Max Green trying to go toe-to-toe with Evol, but will eventually just back off. How in the world? Immortals just turning things on their head. It looked like Rogue were doing so well up until that fight.
They indeed have, and one thing I expect to see out of Max Green here is the major success that we've seen with Immortals on this Kashka has... And, we have seen T-Tigers winning the early game a lot, but as we've gone on in the tournament, facing harder teams, they've definitely been contesting the Kashka more. Max Green, however, and T-Tigers have had a lot of success with Max Green getting the null wave, preventing the reflex block on a carry from coming out. So if they can continue to do that here and solo or single somebody out with the null wave and the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, I definitely think that gives D'Enzio a lot of opportunity to capitalize on someone's inability to fight.
Tigers just jumped in. Big damage blows up upon the original. Hammy is going to get out to safety. T-Tigers got dropped low, but here comes D'Enzio. Jump jets forward. A reflex block will keep Hammy alive, that little bit of extra barrier preventing him from falling, but they cannot stop Immortals from pushing this turret. 14 minutes in, they get the turret destroyed. Dienzio thought maybe had a chance to jump onto Evil and blow him up, but they are just going to be backing off. And just like that, in the last couple of minutes, Immortals have picked up a 3K gold lead.
They indeed have. And again, this is not a team that you can take lightly. The Koshka does fall off, but again, this is T-Tigers on Koshka and Dienzio on this huge power pick Baron that has been so popular the past couple patches. If they can get a lockdown on Baron, a couple chain stuns out of Evil and upon the original, they can definitely find a kill on this Baron and turn a fight very quickly. But as the game goes later and later on, when Dienzio now has that overdrive on, or he's had it for a little bit now, but that overdrive specifically on the jump jets can be used as an anti-crowd control. So it's going to be all about timing on the side of Rogue.
Yeah, it's very difficult to lock down a Baron while the jump jets are available. Max Green has been able to find some really nice impales. T-Tigers has started to really have a big impact on this game as well, but it is all about Dienzio on this Baron for the big bursts of damage that Immortals have been able to do. Rotations around Kraken, trying to secure vision. T-Tigers jumps in, going to draw out a few abilities. Loses a bit of health. Evil gets knocked away. Dienzio is going in deep on his own. He's taken so low, but somehow stays alive for quite some time. Does eventually fall, but Immortals have taken out Hammy as well. Will T-Tigers look to chase this down onto Pawn? It's a dangerous game that he's going to be playing if they do try and make this happen. It looks like they are going to back off. So Dienzio kind of making a call on his own, goes in deep and pays the price.
Indeed they do, and T-Tigers now has a Aegis and an Atlas Pauldron complete, so if he's able to get onto Hammy and get an Atlas down in these fights, it's definitely going to give Dienzio an easier time to get scaled out of control. What Vox can really capitalize on is once Baron's jump jets is out, if Vox is healthy enough at that point, he can out-duel a Baron if they're left to their own devices. If the Atlas Pauldron goes down, it's definitely not going to happen.
It really isn't. I mean, right now, Rogue, they know that they can find the damage onto Dienzio if they can just get him in a bad position. But unfortunately, a lot of the time, that's going to be something that has to be self-inflicted by Dienzio to happen. Because if they try and engage onto him, he's just going to jump jets to a safe spot and then blow them up. And right now, here comes Immortals, looking to push in a bit, looking to just find an opportunity. If they can find one member out of position, you better believe they're going to try and capitalize on it as best they can. Kraken has been on the fold for a couple of minutes now. Immortals, again, just looking to posture themselves up, finishing off some items. Infusion's going to come out on the original. And so now all of the damage dealers on both sides will have those infusions readily available. And looking to find a fight. Again, it's just both sides trying to find someone out of position, trying to get a little bit of damage dished out before the fight really starts. Evil, a little far forward here, but it feels like he's just trying to bait Immortals in, and they are not going to bite.
And, sitting up here at 29 stacks on this Catherine, definitely getting to a point that she can get really tanky really quick. The null wave is complete here on the Catherine, and this is going to be a huge opportunity for Evil. If they can prevent the fountain from coming out of Max Green. Oh man.
On the impale, but they're on to Hammy. The jump jets forward are going to find the kill once T-Tigers follows it up. Pawn ends up going down. Now they're on to Evil. Max Green is low. The Crystal Sentry's involved, but it's not on Max Green. That's a double kill for Dienzio and an ace for Immortals. They're not even going to finish off that Crystal Sentry. They're going to look to take turrets, as it will be this choke point turret going down very quickly with the damage that Dienzio and T-Tigers have. And they're going to rotate back over to the Kraken.
Yeah, and man, the crazy amount of damage this Baron puts out. They didn't even need Max Green to come tank that damage. It was just T-Tigers right there on the turret. Dienzio jumping in, the crit damage that he puts down. They were able to take the turret out very, very quickly. Hammy has completed the Slumbering Husk now on this Vox, but I just don't know if we're, at a point in the game that it's going to matter too much. If they bait out that Husk early, then that's a long cooldown, and T-Tigers actually looks to be working into a second block here as well. I expected to see the Husk come out as what we've seen him run in a lot of the rest of the tournament. So definitely a little different build path out of him. And D'Anzio again completing War Treads on Baron, getting a lot of health from that item and a team-wide mobility boost.
Yeah, well, this is going to potentially be a final fight. A Slumbering Husk, will it be too little too late for Hammy? I think it's a big pickup. It's really good against the Baron, but they are going to pop it already. And meanwhile, Pon the Original is going to get jumped on. Reflex blocks the Yummy Cat and Frenzy. Now they can turn their attention onto Hammy. Jump jets forward, hits Pon once more. Solar Storm comes out, does not land onto T-Tigers, does hit Max Green, drops him pretty low, but jump jets again, and that's a kill. Evol is going to get rooted up. D'Anzio can finish that one off as well, and now they're onto this final turret. The turret falls. It's Pon the Original trying to take out D'Anzio, will get the shutdown, but the Kraken is so healthy. I just don't see Pon being able to solo this one out. He's not even going to be able to survive long enough to have a chance, as T-Tigers and Max Green will finish him off, and Immortals take the 2-0 lead.
What a magnificent game coming out of Immortals there. It was looking pretty good in the early game for the side of Rogue, but man, Immortals knows how to bring a comeback, especially as that Baron ramps up so heavily going into the late game.
Yeah, this is kind of a big indication of like when we see different compositions work really well against other teams and then just absolutely fall flat. Pon the Original Celeste was unable to be successful, and really it's all on the Immortals being able to play into it very well. They dodge damage. They really never let Pon really build a lot of those stacks, and then the Solar Storms never connected, and it was really great early game from Pon the Original. He was out farming the Koshka, which is really rare to see a Celeste out farm a Koshka early game, but he was doing it. They were keeping the Kestrel at bay. Sadly, when it matters, when it always matters, when you get to that mid to late game, Kraken comes on the board. Immortals was winning this. So with that, guys, we are going to start getting ready for our third game here. Is 2 games already. This is a best of 5, and already Immortals is on the verge of winning it here. One more game could be all they need to seal the deal.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed by this Immortals roster. I don't think anybody's surprised to see them this far in the tournament. I think from day one, when we've seen this massive, lineup that they have, these are absolutely Vainglory 8 players that are on this team. So it's unfortunate that they had to start the season down in the Challenge Series, but they have really made a name for themselves climbing up and going into the Challenge battles. These VG8 teams down here at the bottom are definitely going to have to be prepared for this Immortals roster. And I hope they're watching and taking notes because, it's really a team that can compete with the best. So being on the bottom of the VG8 is definitely the kill zone coming into this challenge battles coming up next weekend or the following weekend.
They got to feel good in a week and a half. They got to feel good about the fact that they are going to be competing in challenge battles. So silver lining here. You'd like to be able to take down Immortals. We'll see. They do still have a shot. They've got one more game to do it.
They do have one more game in this best of 5 to win before we can confirm they have the first place victory. So we should be moving on into the next draft here pretty shortly.
Yeah, so draft number 3, we're going to get into this a little bit. This is really, I think, you put Immortals back on A side. Rogue's got a chance to see what an A side draft looks like from Immortals. I'm sure they were prepared for it. I'm sure they have a good idea of what it would look like. Now you've gone and actually experienced it. What do you do differently? I mean, game A, it was completely different than B side. You're talking about roles reversed, the Idris that came out of Hammy. It looked really, really good, but not enough. Question is, do you still try the same strategy? Now, what we did see was a Samuel play out of T-Tigers, and it was very, very effective. They really couldn't deal with the sustain. Curious to see if we see a Sam Band coming into this next game.
Yeah, he had a massive performance, but this is T-Tigers. He always seems to have a massive performance, and I do think Rogue can take games off of this Immortals team, and they just have to come together, be a little more coordinated, and it's really hard to win draft against Immortals. They all have such wide hero pools, but that's something that we can really say about Rogue too, and unfortunately they just haven't found something that works yet, but they definitely have the potential.
Checking in with the teams. See if we're ready to go. Here, we don't want to start without them. That's always annoying. Let's not be in the draft ready to go. It looks like they are. Give 2 more seconds, waiting for the confirmation. But yeah, we're getting late here in the night, ladies and gentlemen, and this is, if you're tuning in for the first time, stumbling upon this stream, this is Immortals versus Rogue here at the VIS Challengers Grand Finals. This is potentially the last game of the entire split, as the challenge battles do mark the beginning of the second split here for these teams. So waiting just a little bit. Looks like the call has been made. They are ready to go, so let's jump right into it, everybody.
The draft begins.
Immortals switching back over to A side here. This is a pivotal game. Rogue would love to take a game off Immortals. This could be the game they do it. Grumpjaw is the first band to come out.
Grumpjaw does come off the table very, very quickly here on the side of Immortals. Now that puts Rogue in an interesting spot again where they have to ban something away and potentially leave that Grace pick open for Max Green again. So do you give D'Enzio the Vox? Do you give Max Green the Grace? They do decide the Vox wants to come off the table, and I'm pretty sure the Grace is going to be first, and indeed it is. So that is going to be Max Green picking up this Grace going into game number 3, and this is, if you're Rogue, this is really not what you wanted to see the draft go like.
Yeah, you already saw Max Green's Grace. It was brutal. You couldn't get on top of the team at all. But I think one of the things that was huge there was you also had a high sustain hero like Samuel. Now, if you go CP jungle, you can get that, but like other heroes don't quite have the same level of sustain system. Built more into Samuel. So I think here you have to consider either taking the Samuel or banning it. Otherwise, you are going to get another Grace Samuel combo, and we know how game 1 went. And I'm not saying they couldn't fix some things. They did struggle with the Sky, not getting on top of the Samuel. But it's just one of those things where you don't want to repeat the mistake if that wasn't going to work out for you.
Yeah, and they have taken T-Tigers off of this Koshka now, definitely respecting how aggressive he can be. That last game didn't look so good in the beginning, but man, it really picked up going into the mid-game. And Immortals, again, they're now 3 for 3 on this Rhyme band going into Pond. Being ex-teammates with him, they know what he can do on this hero, and they don't want to see it happen. They do pick up the Glaive, taking this away from what D'Enzio ran in the first game. And I think that was really the huge power, was Glaive's just natural tankiness paired with the Grace in the Divine Intervention, the Retribution Heroic, reducing that incoming damage for him. D'Enzio was really able to just soak damage all game long and never be in real danger. And that is a Baron pickup now coming out for the side of Immortals. That is a Grace Baron composition now. And we already have the Lance on Rogue, so they can't even really commit safely to a Lyra pick here, which, with the Glaive, would be really good into this Baron pick.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised about the Lance pickup here. Knowing that you have a Grace anyways, having another healer on the board is great. But when you get this way down, that Glaive pick is always challenging. Baptiste is going to come out. And, you know, Glaive is now essentially going to be made very immobile when you have to deal with so much burst damage and those Ordains constantly. And not to mention the Grace coming in. Wow.
Hammy locking in the saw. I'm so ready for this.
So this is something we have not seen at all. I think for, what is it, 2 or 3 updates, a saw pick in the lane. This could be the greatest or worst thing we've seen. At this point, you almost have to wonder. Rogue's probably just digging very deep into their pool to see if they can try to find something that works.
Yeah, definitely excited to see this saw. This is something we've seen Hammy compete on a while back, and he is very proficient on this hero as well. I do believe that is going to put a utility glaive in the jungle upon the original. So if they can get a reposition down onto this Baron into a Saw that is spun up, they definitely have some potential to carry out a win here. And T-Tiger is going to be on this Baptiste is definitely going to be an interesting thing to see too. With the Grace, I mean, this Immortals composition is just absolutely crazy, and it's going to be a very interesting matchup. This could be Rogue pulling out something special, or this could be just the deadly composition we see on Immortals just rolling through this game.
Yeah, this is really risky, although I have to imagine this is probably going to be a CP Saw. So early game, not necessarily as critical, still really going to be interesting to see. All right, we're into the game though, so I'm going to kick it back over to Day and Tasty. Take us away.
I don't think we're going to see a CP Saw here. I do think it is going to be a utility Saw, but only time will tell. Hammy, when we've seen him play in the past, has been on the weapon Saw, but we do also see two weapon blades coming on upon the original here, maybe working into a tension bow for himself. Early aggression here out of Rogue. They do bring Max Green down to half, but Max Green is not scared to stick around and try to steal this Treant. He is being a little bit of a nuisance here, and it does look like Evol might have secured it. Evol does secure it upon the original, is forced to use a potion to get himself a little bit healthier, and he's just going to return to clearing out his jungle, but that is still a win going over to Rogue. They did secure that Treant in the middle, and now Hammy is sitting here going to be farming away with Dienzio. Jump Jets coming in. The slow comes out of Max Green. Hammy does make it to safety using the Roadie Run, and T-Tigers has a bit of damage put down onto Evol here with the Ordain and Bad Mojo combination.
And the damage that's going to come out from Immortals onto Hammy is going to be immense. This is going to be actually a really tough game for Hammy. Once we get later on, we've already seen how much damage Dienzio can do. Nice impale onto him, but Hammy not able to follow up. I'm still very curious to see where these build paths are going to end up, as we were talking about earlier. Pawn went for a little bit of defense, so this could end up being a double weapon composition. We saw actually in Europe, it was Calamity Reborn ran a double weapon composition with a Saw in the lane, and they were actually able to be victorious with it. So it is a possibility. It is something we could see. I would lean towards Hammy, end up going for the Crystal Saw route, just because it's I think that's more of the counter burst against the Baron. There's not a whole lot that Baron or the Baptiste are going to be able to do to deal with a ton of damage coming out from those roadie runs. And it also would make a little bit more sense with the item builds thus far. Obviously, you start with the Weapon Blade and the Book of Eulogies just to have a little bit of easier time farming and the sustainability in the lane. On the original is going to make a rotation up here. They may try and find Dienzio, but they are going to get the afterburn. Can they follow it up? That's going to be Jump Jets getting used out to safety, and a nice stun from Max Green will make sure that Dienzio does not go down.
Yeah, and it would be kind of risky to run the Crystal Saw into the Baron and Baptiste. Once you drop that suppressing fire, you are literally vulnerable to everything that Immortals can throw at you, and you have to be in range with that suppressing fire. You know, if you want to get that damage down, you are close enough for Baptiste and for Baron to just throw everything at you. You'll be vulnerable to the Ion Cannon or Dane, Fearsome Shade. I mean, everything will come out to get you down, but it is Hammy going Crystal, and I don't know if I agree with this. It's definitely huge risk because Dienzio can just Jump Jets right out of the suppressing fire.
And they are going to be trying to find these impales. Evolve constantly jumping forward, but with the Crystal Saw coming through from Hammy, this is the first time we've seen Crystal Saw in a long, long while. Dienzio hanging out up in this top brush, maybe just trying to find an opportunity to go in, waiting for Hammy to push these minions up so that he can just farm them up safely from a distance. Obviously, Pawn and Evol are going to be looking for an opportunity to engage, but this could be it. There's going to be the impale happening. Suppressing fire comes through. Afterburn is going to be held until the Jump Jets get used, and it is a beautifully executed first blood by Rogue.
A massive execution there from Rogue. They do find first blood, and it does go over to Hammy. As this game goes on, I'm super scared that the CP Saw, if he does find good roadie runs, they have some potential. But again, a lot of the damage from CP Saw is in landing that suppressing fire, and that again is, gonna be huge. And Max Green on this Grace does have the potential to drop a Divine Intervention if he sees the roadie run incoming, and that's going to reduce a lot of that burst damage that Saw can provide.
Well, that burst damage is going to be big. Hammy already has a Shatter Glass completed. That is a very early first Tier 3 item to come out. Dienzio has the gold for his, but isn't going to be able to get back yet. Max Green gets caught out. Nice afterburn from Pawn. And Rogue are bringing the fight to Immortals here in game number 3.
They are indeed, and this is up now 2-0 on Rogue, so it is looking good. Maybe they'll prove me wrong here, Bacon.
Very well could if they can find a couple more fights. Nice damage onto Dienzio. But it is T-Tiger's going to make sure that Pawn, the original, can't go for the afterburn. Just kidding, he goes in anyway. The Fearsome Shade comes out, will connect. Can they find this kill, though? It doesn't look like it, and that is a 3-0 lead for Rogue. This is Dienzio just getting absolutely punished by this Glaive Saw combo.
Thus far, it's been working. I actually have to say I'm impressed. I don't know. The Baron going into the late game is going to have so much damage. I just don't know, Bacon. I'm a little worried about the pick, but man, they are playing it well so far.
Absolutely are. Hammy is definitely one of the players that has played a lot of CP Saw in the past when it used to be very popular, and clearly showcasing thus far that he has not forgotten how to run this hero in the lane. Going for a Broken Myth now as the second item. His damage output has been pretty massive already, finding all 3 of the team's kills. It's about 1,000 gold lead that Rogue has been able to acquire over Immortals off of these kills, and no pressure on the turret yet, though, and that's one thing that can be concerning. Obviously, Crystal Saw doesn't need to push the turrets quite as heavily as a Weapon Saw, but you still usually want to try and get those turrets down in the early game if you're going to run this Saw. Impale not going to connect this time, but the Githian Wall does find a stun onto Max Green, and you can see Rogue, they're playing very confidently, just walking up into that Mustache Brush, playing in a very offensive position, trying to get onto Dienzio once again. This time it is going to be Max Green and T-Tigers able to stop the engage. Fearsome Shade got thrown. That's a big ultimate that will not be available.
It is a big ultimate, but it kept Hammy away from coming in with the roadie run to try to execute Dienzio. Well, again, Rogue is playing really, really well right now. I'm actually impressed with the CP Saw so far. It's gonna be about if Pawn the Original and Evol can continue to keep targets in that suppressing fire and then follow up with that roadie run. Again, though, once Max Green hits level 6, we have a huge potential to negate burst damage with that Retribution and Divine Intervention combination. T-Tigers has completed the Shatter Glass, which is a pretty big step up for a Baptiste. Max Green has made his way back to buy a Crucible. Dienzio not quite completing a Tension Bow yet, but is getting there. And Pawn the Original is going the Weapon Glaive, so he does have the Tension Bow complete and looks to be maybe building towards a Tyrant's Monocle next.
And Tyrant's Monocle, very likely the pickup, and it would make a lot of sense going for that crit on the Glaive. I was contemplating it for a moment, but yeah, definitely getting extra crit on Glaive, having that cleave damage works out quite well in his favor. Tension Bow completed for Dienzio, so he's going to have a fair bit of burst now if they can get onto Hammy with the jump jets. But thus far, those jump jets have usually been used very defensively from Dienzio, as they are going to be looking to maybe have a change of pace in this game once T-Tigers is able to finish off his second item. It's likely to be a Clockwork, but that's not really a big impactful item. There's going to be an afterburn forward. Pawn's going to eat a lot of damage, though. Fearsome Shade sends him running, and they're going to try and follow up. Jump Jets forward, but no real target. Dienzio does get onto Hammy there. He's going to get the Divine Intervention, and now going around the backside of the turret, T-Tigers looking to take advantage, but Dienzio gets melted through by a suppressing fire from Hammy. And now they're going to have to run and recall back to base. But this is going to start showing that's the kind of damage that can come out from Dienzio onto Rogue if they are not careful with their positioning.
Yeah, but Hammy did answer back with a lot of damage on that suppressing fire. Dienzio has not quite overdriven the jump jets yet, so it is still on a pretty decent cooldown. As we get later into the game, we are still in the pretty heavy farming phase, and that's where this Lance and Glaive are really going to be able to capitalize, is the fact that this is a very gank-heavy composition. So once we move into more team fights, that utility they provide is going to fall off a little bit. Especially as, we now have a reflex block completed on Dienzio. He has overdriven the jump jets, which gives him another anti-crowd control utility. T-Tigers is going to be able to use some crowd control onto the Glaive to keep him from diving as far. It just, they need to keep capitalizing while they have the advantage they have.
Absolutely. That's exactly what they need to look to do. It's just going to be difficult because that advantage they do have is slowly starting to slip away. And you can see, again, the turret hasn't really been touched. T-Tigers rotates up, and they start to back off. That is Rogue maybe missing out on a window of opportunity here as we get 11 minutes into this game. These second and third tier 3 items getting completed by Immortals is just going to make things all the more difficult for Hammy and Pawn the Original to find these initiatives that they were able to take throughout the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, and that Clockwork coming out on T-Tigers is definitely huge. Getting the Fearsome Shade back up as soon as he can is definitely going to be what they're looking for, as well as having more spammable use of Bad Mojo. Dienzio jumping back into lane has not quite completed his third tier 3 item, but as soon as he makes it down to shop, or actually looks like he might be recalling right now for that Tyrant's Monocle. And there it is. That is now 3 items on Baron. Hammy potentially looking for maybe an Eve of Harvest here, or even Halcyon Chargers. Has prioritized a little bit of defense. He does have some armor coming into Dienzio here.
Well, that's going to be Max Green getting rooted up a bit here, but it's going to be okay. Dienzio jumping in, trying to take down Hammy, but he's going to get the healing roadie run. Will connect, doesn't find the kill, and now Dienzio's going to get the heal as T-Tigers takes out Hammy on this saw. First kill for Immortals. Pawn is going to get out to safety as a root comes through from Evol to prevent the chase, but now this turret could be in some trouble. Evol needs to be careful he doesn't go too far forward. The Ordained will keep him in place, and he goes down. Now Pawn is looking for the answer onto Dienzio, but he's going to find that one kill, but that will be all he finds. Max Green gets out from under the turret. I'm really surprised T-Tigers isn't looking to put some serious damage onto that turret, but they're afraid of Hammy coming back. Tried to find anything in the jungle, but just going to be recalling. However, that is a team fight win for Immortals.
Yeah, T-Tigers was pretty low on energy there, so maybe a little worried he wouldn't get enough damage down onto the turret and then be caught out without energy. Max Green is going to come into the lane here and try to secure some of this farm before it gets lost. We do see Dienzio and T-Tigers sharing the gold and experience there in the backs. And now they are rotating back towards the lane. Max Green making sure none of that CS actually. He actually got all of it, which is absolutely huge for the captain there. And, oh, well, they come up and then they miss that one as they're all together. Now as this wave pushes out here, we'll have to see if Pawn is able to come up and capitalize on a gank. He does have a Sorrowblade Tension Bow completed, as well as a level 12 infusion sitting in his pocket. Hammy sitting up on 3 and 1, looking to come down and spend some of this 1,800 gold in his pocket. And Dienzio already got another He's got the Lucky Strike completed now too, so potentially going into another Monocle or a Tornado Trigger. I would expect it to be a Tornado Trigger unless he really just goes for the damage to take this Crystal Saw out early.
Well, that's the plan for Immortals. Try and get onto Hammy, pop him as quickly as they can. It's going to be tough. Obviously, they have a fair bit of protection between Afterburns, Impales, and Githian Walls to try and keep Hammy safe. But will it be enough? With that Metal Jacket complete, he's going to take a lot less damage from Dienzio than he would normally. But Dienzio still hurts. Having that Tyrant's Monocle, Sorrow Blade Tension Bow still does a very heavy chunk of damage. T-Tigers is looking to rotate up, just trying to throw bad mojos out to get some, chip damage, some poke done onto Rogue, but they are staying far enough back that he's not going to be hitting. We are 15 minutes in now, Denominate, so Kraken has spawned. Immortals once again up 2-0 in this best-of-5 finals, looking to claim their spot as the #1 challenger team in North America.
They are, and Dienzio does back and completes an Aegis over his 4th offensive item, so definitely scared of the crystal damage that Hammy can put down, as well as Evol has gone into some crystal power. Now, this is something we haven't seen in a while on Lance. You can definitely go a little bit of crystal power. It increases the crowd control you're able to put down by a percentage. So with a Shatterglass complete, you can actually chain your roots and your stuns much longer. Mm-hmm. And that's what they're going to be looking for, is to keep Dienzio in place for as long as they possibly can.
Ordained going to stun up Evol as he rolls out of the way. Here comes the Ion Cannon. Hammy tries to go in with Pawn, but it's going to be a lot of damage on to Hammy. The Divine Intervention comes out from Max Green, keeps Dienzio alive. He's going to be perhaps looking to get in under this turret. Pawn gets some good damage dealt to him. Hammy with a nice suppressing fire, but he's going to fall. The rockets just doing so much work. Max Green goes over the wall. Not sure if he actually wanted to there. Dienzio's going to follow up and finds the kill on the Pawn. Meanwhile, T-Tigers is just working on this turret and will take it down. Immortals are starting to overcome this early deficit that they had found themselves in. They're going to work on Kraken. Max Green is going to be fairly low, likely going to just rotate this tanking over to T-Tigers, as he has plenty of sustain on this Baptiste. And this should be Kraken being unleashed by Immortals. Evol going to get in here, try and contest this, try and steal it away. Max Green doesn't hit the Holy Nova, doesn't get the steal for Evol. Dienzio just gets a little bit of damage, but doesn't want to go chasing too far without knowledge of where the rest of Rogue is.
Dienzio has completed this Tornado Trigger now on Baron, and he is putting out absolutely massive damage, as well as T-Tigers completing the Broken Myth now on Baptiste. Still very low on the defense, but not really thus far looking like he needs it. And now this is Immortals marching down the lane. Baron should be able to help take out this turret with the Kraken pretty easily. And this is a pretty unhappy spot for Rogue here. They still do have their spot secured in the challenge battles, so no matter what, they walk away winners. But Dienzio playing
be nice to walk away winners
right
with a little more money in your pocket, though. There's Evol. Going to go for pretty far forward here. The Ordained will stun him up. He's taking a ton of damage. Pond, it's hit by the splash. And now can Dienzio jump jets forward onto Hammy, trying to take him out as well. Pond is going to be on the backside recalling, will be able to recall out to safety, but Hammy has gone down. The turret has fallen as well. Immortals can look to stick around pushing. There's still a Divine Intervention and pretty much everything available for Max Green, so they can really try and push this now. The turret's going to go low. Dienzio is dropped pretty low. Divine Intervention has been used, but it doesn't matter. That's going to be the ace for Immortals, and they will take this finals 3-0. Immortals are your #1 placed challenger team. It goes 1, 2, and 3. The seedings are working out as planned. And congratulations to Immortals, finishing off their challenger split strong.
Massive, massive performance from Immortals from day one all the way down to the finals here in the playoffs, looking absolutely fantastic the whole way through.
Congratulations. This is truly something that, I mean, is impressive. They have gone against some of the strongest challenger teams we've ever seen. You know, we have seen, Chicken 123, Pond the Original, Hammy, Status Bake. These are absolutely top echelon players, and they are down here in challengers. And Immortals has found a way to put together a roster that can work all the way through it. This is not easy, no matter how strong of a roster you might be. And they were able to do it without losing a single series. They did lose a few games here or there, but they've come into grand finals, ending it in 3. So, very, very impressive indeed. And with that, guys, that is kind of surprisingly, actually, it kind of makes our top 4 teams very much expected as far as, looking at how it all worked out. But, Immortals, showing us that they really did deserve that #1 seed.
They deserve that #1 seed, and again, I think from the very beginning, this is really the outcome we expected. We do have 3 very, very strong teams coming into the challenger battles here in a week and a half, and those should be some exciting games to watch as well. And where can we catch those, Dragonborn?
Well, guys, this is the last stream for the VIS Challenger Split 1. We are going to be doing challenge battles. It will be in a week and a half. It will be on this channel, but we'll be streaming it live out of California from the ESL studio. So it's going to be an awesome show. The format has changed. We can take a little bit to talk about. First, let's congratulate our winners. Let's take a real quick look. We do have our top 4 winners right here. The top 3, they qualify for challenge battles: Immortals, Rogue, and Tribe Gaming. Misfits does not quite make it. They do get into the top 4. They do win some cash prize, but unfortunately just falling short, even after an incredible performance. Definitely one of the best they've had all over the last 2 seasons, especially for the split. But these top 3 teams, they are going to be facing the bottom 3 Vainglory 8 teams. We won't know who they are until after this weekend. But what is going to be happening is a whole new format for challengers. It is a semi-round robin where the top 3 challenger teams will play all 3 of the bottom 3 VG8 teams in a round robin-like format. The teams with the highest win rate percentage, those are the teams that will be moving on to the Vainglory 8. So you've got to play through all of them, and whoever has the most best of 3. So if you win 2 games, that's 2 wins, that's 100%. If you go to 3 and lose 1, another team gets essentially a point as they look to make their way into the Vainglory 8. So we'll have to wait and see how this all is going to work out, but it's it's no longer a matter of the top seed team playing who they think is the weakest or who has the most points. And now they have to play all 3 of them, and this is designed to ensure that the teams that are making it in really are the best teams, the overall best teams in this format. So you guys got to make sure you follow this channel, VIS League. Follow us on Twitter also for updates as we get closer to it. We also will be announcing signups for Split 2 tomorrow, so you guys are not going to want to miss that. Split 2 is right around the corner. So a lot happening, a lot of action. Of course, we are just in the middle of the season here, so it's already been a very, very fun ride. The Unified Live Championships are now just 1 split away. All right. Well, with that, guys, I'm going to say good night, Day, Nominate, and Tasty Bacon. Thanks for joining us for this cast. Thanks to all the viewers for coming out. And, of course, all the VIS staff who help every single split. We'll see you guys all at the challenge battles, and then get ready for split number 2. Until then, good night.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.